Good morning, everyone. It's June 12th, lovely June 12th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. Our first item this morning is item 1A, adoption of resolutions. Emery Grove Village pre-preliminary plan number 7/2025-0010. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
You second?
Second.
Okay.
Sorry,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. The next is approval of minutes, the minutes of May 22nd, 2025. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve minutes of May 22nd.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. The next item, 1C, is other preliminary matters, corrected resolution for addition to Glen Hills, Section 3, preliminary plan number 1, 2024-0150. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Next is record plats. We have two this morning. The first is subdivision plat number 2, 2025-0380 Woodfield Estates, where staff is recommending approval. The second is subdivision plat number 2, 2025-0680 B.F. Gilbert's addition to Tacoma Park, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the subdivision plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. The next is regulatory extension requests. We have one this morning, Hermitage Tax Parcel 6 Administrative Subdivision Plan and Regulatory Review Extension Request number 2. Do I have a motion for approval of the extension request?
Move to approve the extension request.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. The next is our roundtable discussion with our Parks Director, Mitty Figueredo. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. So it has been 236 years since the birth of Reverend Josiah Henson. And this weekend, on Saturday, June 14th, we're going to be celebrating his life and legacy at Josiah Henson Park. We're going to have lawn games and crafts and concessions, some archaeology highlights, and museum tours, all in celebration of Reverend Henson. So it's Pride Month, as you all know, and at Montgomery Parks, we are committed to promoting visibility and inclusion of our LGBTQ community, but also honoring LGBTQ plus history in Montgomery and Prince George's County. So to help the public explore this history, park staff from both Montgomery and Prince George's County created a new accessible brochure, which you have in front of you, that highlights significant people, events, and places in the region. We've also been adding new sites to a history pin map of LGBTQ plus sites that was created by Preservation Maryland, and residents can browse the contribution or contribute to the collection as well. In the brochure in front of you, one of the highlights I think I want to share is that local pride gatherings were hosted at public parks, Park Lawn Local Park in 1993, Hillendale Local Park in 1994, Valley Mill Special Park in 1995, and Rock Creek Regional Park in 1996. And the 1994 Pride celebration had followed a major policy win in Montgomery County, which was the vote to eliminate a provision that allowed discrimination against gay and bisexual people who were working with children. We are also hosting a number of Pride events in June. We've got Pride Comedy at Brookside Gardens. Well, actually, we've had Pride Comedy at Brookside Gardens. I believe this is a picture from that. Birding for All this weekend. Our Pride Lake Kayak Tour on June 20 at Black Hill. We've got an LGBTQ plus crafting night at Meadowside Nature Center, a Pride cleanup on the Matthew Henson Trail, and a Pride on the Pontoon June 20th at Black Hill. And it's playground season. We recently opened 3 new playgrounds this spring at parks in Silver Spring and Wheaton and Olney. This picture here is from Valleywood Neighborhood Park, and that's Councilmember Natalie Fanny Gonzalez. This is her district, and me, and the chair, and Evan Weissman from PDD, all celebrating this playground renovation that includes, and you can see in that picture, some beautiful art that's on the surfaces of the playground, and I think it's an example of what we'd really like to be doing more. This kind of artwork is great for placemaking and engagement, and it's beautiful. And our next playground, so this was at Indian Spring Terrace. We don't have the capacity to do a ribbon cutting for every single playground opening, which just, it'd be a lot. We open a lot of playgrounds. In this instance, the community really wanted to celebrate this playground. They were really excited about it. So we worked with them, give them a permit to have their own playground opening event. And you can see how happy they are about it there. And finally, Olney Mill Neighborhood Park, we just opened a renovated playground there as well. So one of the things that I love about the Parks Department and our staff is all of the sort of creative things that they do in order to implement our park priorities. And one of the things that we know from our PROS survey and other outreach is that people want and need more programming for teens. So Angela Yao, who is the manager of Locust Grove Nature Center, came up with this idea for a teens program. And hold on, I wanna get the acronym here because this is great. This is like congressional bills that have to have like the name. It stands for Teens Engaged and Empowered in Nature Stewardship. And the idea, and this program was also co-led by Catherine Atwell, one of our park staff. 14 teens received paid internships and got hands-on training. Now, nature centers do a lot of programming and education. So that's kind of what they were focused on with the kids, is like, how do you do interpretation? How do you design exhibits? How do you teach people about nature and science? And they did a lot of that work, but they also did some other projects. They did stream sampling. They worked with the Weed Warriors. They helped out at the native plant sale. And they had final projects that they did. And I attended sort of their closing ceremony and got to see the projects. As a result, we have hired 4 interns for summer jobs who came out of this program. And we are now recruiting for another cohort of 14 teens for the fall program. And this is, we have, again, you've heard me talk about this, a little bit of an ulterior motive here too. I mean, we want to engage teens, get them excited about nature, get them to put down their screens and get away from the social media and come outdoors. But also, we're thinking long-term about, building a base for recruitment. We want some of these kids to come work for the Parks Department one day. Recently, we had an incident where both Montgomery County Police and Park Police were dispatched to a section of Sligo Creek Parkway. There was a report of a missing 88-year-old man who had cognitive decline, along with a 5-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl. They were successfully located, but the kids were really distraught while they were waiting for their mom to arrive. So Park Police Officer Lieutenant Wolf deployed the sensory bag that Program Access worked with them to create, and it worked really well. The kids were immediately distracted from, what had just happened to them and how upset they were, and just another great example of collaboration within the Parks Department, and also the great work that the Park Police do to perform their duties with sensitivity and care. And, we believe at Parks that outdoor recreation is for everybody and all teenagers. And, not all kids are part of an organized league. I think there's been, a fair amount of discourse in recent years about how there are inequities in terms of who has access to play organized sports. And, if you're not playing on an organized league, it's hard to get access to some of these like premium fields that we have. So our deputy director, Darren Flouché, had come up with this idea a year or so ago and worked with the rec department. This has been a great collaboration with the rec department to implement this under the lights drop-in play program. The original idea was, kids don't get to play at night on lit fields very frequently, and so the last time we did this, they had that opportunity. And we're bringing back the program again with the rec department. This next upcoming program, it's not going to be under the lights in the dark, but they are going to be playing on these fields. And the program will be 2 5-week sessions for kids in grades 6 to 12, and they're going to learn things like the basics of flag football and drills and team competition. And again, the idea is to give more kids access to this kind of recreational amenity. Once again, we've been named a finalist for the NRPA Gold Medal. When you're named a finalist, one of the things you have to do really quickly is put together a video that you submit to NRPA. We're going to find out in September, I think it's September, on September 17th, whether we are in fact going to win our 7th gold medal. But I wanted to share with you the video that we submitted, which Sandra is going to play for you.
In Prince George's and Montgomery counties, the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission manages more than 60,000 acres of parks, serving nearly 2 million with high-impact, innovative, responsive programs and endless opportunities. Our parks and recreation offerings get people active, enjoying nature, and connected with community.
United by a shared vision, our two counties work as one to create a thriving park system that inspires, connects, and enriches the lives of everyone in our region.
The Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission takes great pride in actively engaging our diverse and ever-evolving community and fostering connections that shape our region's future.
Our mobile units and Nature on Wheels are on the move, meeting residents where they are to ensure equitable access to parks and recreation. MNC PPC serves residents across Prince George's and Montgomery counties.
So behind you, you can see what's going on is the bike rodeo that's run by the park rangers. So we have a group of kids who are learning about bike safety today, and they're practicing by riding through the course that we've set up for them.
With the Nature on Wheels, we've really seen the impact of getting into a lot of our equity focus areas. We intentionally set programs in those spaces. We also go out for parks events, so we're representing the nature centers as a whole at all of our parks events, some planning events. So we've been able to have a lot of an impact. We actually launched this program the second year during the pandemic, and we've doubled the programs and events that we've attended and doubled the attendance every year since then.
We believe everyone deserves access to recreation. For more than 50 years, MNC PPC has led the way, championing accessibility and empowering residents with disabilities. We are constantly listening and evolving, from specialized recreation like adaptive mountain biking to making all our programs and facilities more inclusive.
Participating in parks and recreation programs has made me and my family happier, healthier, and more connected to our community.
Whether you're looking for adaptive sports, accessible trails, or specialized programs, we're here to help. We work to identify and remove obstacles, ensuring everyone has the opportunity to connect with nature and enjoy the benefits of our parks.
All right, let it rip.
In 2024, we acquired 537 acres of vital forested land to expand the Charles Branch Stream Valley Park. This acquisition was driven by strong community support, our dedication to sustainable practices, and the environmental resilience this forest gives to the Patuxent River and surrounding ecosystems.
This will be a wonderful space, passive recreation for the community. A great spot for families to bring their kids, to get them to unplug from the PlayStations or other electronic devices. Just be out in nature and be in tune with nature, and it does wonders for mental health.
Strong partnerships build strong communities. That's why MNC PPC joined forces with Prince George's County Public Schools, driven by a shared commitment to youth development, community engagement, and health and wellness. We've made accessing local sports fields easier than ever.
This has been a great partnership between the Commission and Prince George's County Public Schools because we've streamlined the field reservation process and we've provided increased access to youth throughout the county.
Volunteers are key to MNC PPC's environmental commitment. Our Stream Striders program tackles waterway pollution head-on, organizing cleanups that have removed over hundreds of thousands of pounds of trash while also educating the community. In addition, the Trail Ambassadors program offers students a fantastic chance to build trails, gain hands-on skills like bike mechanics, and become environmental stewards.
What attracted me to the program was instead of being inside all day during the summer, you could make friends or see new people while being outside.
Together, these programs make a difference for our parks and our people.
From revitalizing trails to expanding inclusive programs, we've shown how collaboration between Montgomery and Prince George's counties strengthens our communities.
We're committed to providing meaningful experiences that connect people with nature and each other. The work of our staff and volunteers ensures everyone across our region has the opportunity to grow and thrive.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that video. You probably saw some people that you recognize. I also want to highlight a couple of our Montgomery Park staff who are in the video. Angela Yao, who I had mentioned to you earlier, who came up with the idea for the Teens program, and Amanda Espinosa, who is with our program access team. And probably there are a number of programs in there that you're familiar with, that you've heard us talk about, but possibly some new ones too. And also to just point out the obvious, which is that this is a joint effort between Montgomery Parks and the Department of Parks and Recreation in Prince George's County. And we're excited about the video and looking forward to the NRPA conference in September. And just closing out, this is an image of our some of our vintage horses from our historic Wheaton Carousel. They are in their little boxes. They're all packed up and ready to go. They're being shipped to Kansas this week, where they are going to be restored so that they can be incorporated into the Ovid Hazen Wells Carousel at the renovated park up there. And with that, I will take any questions if you have them.
Where is NRPA this year?
It's in Orlando.
Okay, good. I keep my finger crossed. We should win this year.
Thank you.
It's our turn.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, pray for that. Thank you.
Yeah, great video. And watching videos like that just really reminds me of like the diversity and breadth of programs and places and landscapes, and it's just it's really incredible. Like it makes me sort of you know, to use my very poor Yiddish, like fell at what the Parks Department is doing. It's just really wonderful, and love the video. I think it speaks to also kind of the quality of the staff on the communication side. So yeah, just props to the whole team. It's really wonderful stuff. I also wanted to note that I took my daughter to the new carousel at Wheaton Regional Park, and if I'm not mistaken, it feels a little bit faster than the old one, which she was the first to point out. And I think that's fine and good because she didn't want to stop riding it, even though each ticket costs, I think, $4 now. But she's a huge fan of the new one, and can't wait to check out kind of the refurbished one at Ovid Hazen Wells as well in the future.
I'm glad it was a thrilling experience.
Great presentation again, and congratulations on being nominated for the gold medal, and hopefully we win it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm always love the work you do with teens and getting our younger next generation involved in nature, and hopefully when they work, maybe some of them will work with the commission. So that's really, really important. So I think continue to highlight that, continue your great work, you know, the innovative programs you do. So I love that. And the video was just so wonderful, as Commissioner Linden said, that it showcases the diversity of our counties, the diversity of the work we do. So fingers crossed that we win our 7th gold medal. And so thank you so much. And so we will take a 2-minute break and then start with our next item, item number 5, budget transfer request fiscal year 25 budget Montgomery Parks, where the Parks Department is asking for a approval of the request for the fiscal year 25 budget adjustment for the Department of Parks. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, budget transfer request, fiscal year operating budget, Montgomery Parks, where staff is recommending approval of the request for fiscal year 25 budget adjustment for the Parks Department. And this morning we have Kate Bentley from the Parks Department presenting this. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Kate Bentley. I'm the budget manager for Montgomery Parks. I'm here today requesting your approval for budget adjustments for our department. Our department has made considerable progress in filling vacant positions. However, we still have vacancies. Staff are actively working to fill these vacant positions, and I'm pleased to report that our park fund vacancy rate is now 10.3%, which is just 0.3% above our budgeted lapse. We are coming to you now to take advantage of the last of the resulting personnel savings to cover other unfunded budgetary needs for our department. We have 2 transfer requests for the current fiscal year today. Our first request is to reallocate $220,000 to purchase 7 electric mowers and an electrified trailer for our Northern and Southern Parks divisions. The department sought an increase to the base budget in FY26 to continue to make the transition from gas-powered to electric. While we were unsuccessful in obtaining that funding, the need still exists. So we are using the last of our savings to chip away at that transition. Next, we have a transfer of $19,957 from the reserved compensation marker for seasonal staff benefits. to the applicable divisions based on actual FY25 costs. When we prepare the budget, we don't know which seasonal staff will elect to take benefits, so we put together a marker based on eligibility and historical trend. And then the funding for this marker is budgeted in non-departmental and later moved to the division budgets where the costs incurred. So that's the last of the FY25 transfers. However, we also have a minor budget transfer for our FY26 adopted budget. This request is for a transfer of $175,526 from the Park Planning and Stewardship Division to the Public Affairs and Community Partnerships Division. This transfer aligns our FY26 budget with a minor reorganization that we've done. This reorganization was made to better orient the public partnership program within the department. However, the change was made after the official adoption from the County Council came out, so we need the board's approval to make that change. The total of the FY25 transfers is $239,957. The total of the FY26 transfer is $175,526. At this time, the planning board approval is requested.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I just had one quick question. You talked about a minor personnel reorg. Can you explain a little bit more about the
Yes.
what going from what to what?
So the public partnerships team program is currently in Park Planning and Stewardship. It was moved there relatively recently. It used to be in the real estate management group. We've been trying to find a place where the leadership in the division aligns better with the program. And because PACP, or Public Affairs and Community Partnerships, obviously has a lot of connections with the community, they're able to assist the team in making those connections and creating new public partnerships for us.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I really appreciate the push to continue to electrify the equipment. Even though we didn't get the funding directly from council, this seems like a good opportunity to push that forward. I did just have a question about kind of the overall cost for 7 of these mowers. I was wondering, is there a little more detail on, I mean, you know, if you sort of average that out, it's almost like the cost of a new car for these electrified mowers. And I know that they're more expensive still for a variety of reasons than gas-powered traditional, and that's fine. Hopefully over time that cost will come down, unless, you know, the world continues as it is. But it still does seem a little higher than I expected for 7 of these. So is the electrified trailer like a big chunk of that 220, or just any more detail on kind of the price point of?
The trailer is actually a little bit less expensive than the mowers. Even though it is bigger, it is there's less equipment components to it. So the mowers are very expensive. I can get you a breakdown of the cost for each one. We are purchasing, I think, 2 different types of zero-turn mowers in this group. So I can absolutely get that information for you and send it over.
Yeah, that would be great. And I don't have any problem with like this particular transfer request for these 7. I don't know also how many more we think that we need internally, but just sort of looking to the future, if there was any opportunity to look for better price points, I have no idea what that procurement process actually looks like. But I think that, you know, obviously that would be really beneficial for future requests to council and other transfers. So that's the only thing I wanted to ask about there. So thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so they do all follow our procurement process. They are based on, I think for the equipment that we're purchasing, they're Sourcewell contracts, so they're based on state and local government pricing. So we are getting the best price available, but they are very expensive.
Kate, are they comparable to the previous ones? Is the electrical more expensive than the regular gas-operated ones?
Yes, they are significantly. Gary Burnett's going to help me answer this question.
Really, you're hoping that the electrical to be a better price?
They're much more expensive, and we are still working through what the life cycle of them is going to look like, if they're going to last longer, or if we're going to have to replace them sooner than gas-powered. But I'll let Gary give some detail.
Good morning, Gary Burnett, Deputy Director for Montgomery Parks. Your first question as far as the expense, the electric mowers are running between $35,000 and $40,000 a piece. So they are significantly more expensive. The comparable gas mowers are somewhere around $12,000 to $15,000 each. As far as the life of the mowers, right now, the manufacturers are saying 8 to 10 years for the battery, which is the main component. And we're hoping to get somewhere in that range. 7, 8 years would be very good for us. The gas mowers are lasting 3 to 5 years. So, in addition to that, we're hoping to get not only some of the fuel savings, which, is over time will be significant, but also we're finding that our mechanic time in working on the mowers is less because there's a lot less components, and a lot of the components are easily repairable in-house as opposed to, when a motor goes bad, a gas motor goes bad, it's a significant change. And also, the gas-powered equipment requires service on a regular basis. Electric equipment really runs until something goes wrong. So we're hoping to gain savings there. In addition, because we don't have to have 20% or so of our mowers sitting in front of the mechanic shop waiting to get serviced or repaired, we're actually scaling down the total number of mowers that we're purchasing so that in the long run, we're buying more for more expensive, but we're hoping to make savings in a couple different areas like that over the course of the time. And the price has come down some, the quality has gone up, which we're really excited about. We work very closely with the manufacturers, and they take our recommendations, and we see those recommendations come in the form of changes to the equipment, which they're selling to us. So it's getting better. It's gotten significantly better, and we're hoping to continue to as the battery, especially the battery capabilities improve over time. I think we're going to make our savings there.
That is fantastic. I think it is important at one point that we could identify or say that, eventually considering the the service lifespan and also maintenance, this would provide cost saving in addition to helping the climate action plan. So it's like a win-win situation for this, and that's a really good thing to know.
Absolutely. We're about 1/3 of our gas mowers, gas ride-on Z-turn mowers, which is our workhorse mower. We're about 1/3 converted over. All of our handheld 2-cycle engines have been changed over now, and it's all electric, except like large chainsaws, which there's nothing comparable for them right now. But wherever we can, we've already changed over. So we're making those changes, and we're seeing the impacts on our team specifically because it is much easier, and the trailers are really helping us because the entire equipment need for a crew is on the trailer. It's plugged in. The crew simply gets in the vehicle, unplugs the trailer, and can immediately get to the work site and not have to worry about gassing up vehicles or running out of gas in the middle of the day or something like that. So we're getting better at it.
Just one more question. In regard to efficiency, are these electrical lawnmower as efficient as the gas mower? Do you get the same efficiency?
Technically, no. They are a little slower in mowing and cutting. And we've noticed that it does take a little longer to get through some of the areas. They struggle when it's very tall grass, where the gas mowers would not have as much an issue. So we're working with that, and we've adjusted our mowing schedules to try and make sure we don't get caught in very thick grass. So there's some challenges there, but for the most part, we've adapted and we've recognized that we can make this work, and we are making it work.
Yeah, thanks for that context. It sounds like, there's just sort of the bumpy transition, right? But like once we sort of adjust over time, it sounds like there's a lot of efficiencies and benefits aside from just the reduced emissions, and that's all good to hear. With the batteries, do the current manufacturers, and I know this is a little bit in the weeds, but just sort of anticipating kind of the time it may take to, like the life cycle for these larger mowers, do the manufacturers provide, is it easy to sort of replace the battery without having to replace the entire mower? Like, do they sort of build these things in a modular way so that the lifespan of the actual mower may kind of last beyond the actual battery, and then over time, if battery technology improves, we can just swap in, better batteries, bigger batteries, longer lasting batteries, that kind of thing.
That's actually one of the improvements that we've been working with manufacturers on. Some of the earlier electric mowers we were purchasing, literally you had to replace the entire thing. There was no opportunity for. While it is still a challenge to replace the batteries on these newer mowers we're getting, we can do it. In the older ones, there was no opportunity to do it. At least now there is an opportunity to replace the batteries. We have not had a battery failure in a ride-on Z-turn mower yet, and we're waiting to see how that, what point that starts to occur. And the other thing is we've already started researching on recycling and/or how those that after the battery life, where do we go with that? So, there's things we are considering for that.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great questions, Commissioner Linden. Thank you for your answers. Looks like the life cycle costs, make it so that there doesn't look like there's such a big disparity, but you're still working on it, and I'm so delighted that we are moving to all electric. So thank you. Hearing no other questions or hearing no other questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve the request for the fiscal year 25 budget adjustment for the Parks Department?
I move to approve the request of FY25 budget adjustment for the Department of Parks.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0.
Can I also have you vote on the FY26 transfer as well, just to
Oh, yeah,
for the
and
record?
also approve the fiscal year 26 transfer of the $175,526.
I move, should I move again, or that was included? Matt,
Why don't you?
should I move again? I move to approve the request for FY26 budget adjustment for the Department of Parks.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. You've moved twice in one day. Sorry, thank you.
You'll never go wrong by voting too much.
By voting too much. That's right. All right. We're going to take a 2-minute break and start with our next item, Beach Drive Open Parkway 2025 program update. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Beach Drive Open Parkway 2025 Program Update, where park staff will be giving the board a briefing on their work over the past year in monitoring traffic in that area. This morning, we have Kyle Lukacs and Andrew Tsai with the Parks Department. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Kyle Lucas. I'm a paved trail planner for the Parks Department, and going to get us started here with an update. So quick overview, we're going to talk a little bit about the background of Beach Drive Open Parkway program, some of the public feedback we've received over the past year, and prior to that, a summary of Open Parkway user counts on Beach Drive over the past year, and then a traffic summary. So the Beach Drive Open Parkway program launched in April of 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic as a way to get people more space to be outdoors. We started with a 2.9 stretch that was closed to vehicular traffic from Knowles Strathmore down to Connecticut Avenue. And we've counted over 1 million users since the program's inception. While the program was popular, there were some negative kind of impacts of it. We've come to you previously to talk about the Culver Street cut-through traffic issue. You can see Culver Street here in the purple on this map. Essentially, we had an issue with GPS navigation and other devices directing people off of the Beltway onto Culver Street when there was accidents or other events. And we were seeing 200 to 300% increases in traffic on Fridays and then even on Saturdays and Sundays. And so we came to you last year to propose reducing the overall extent to eliminate that Culver Street cut-through issue. So the Open Parkway operating hours starting in April of 2020 were Friday at 9 a.m. through Sunday at 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. Depending on daylight savings time. And then in December 2022, following the impacts of the Culver Street cut-through issues, we reduced the operating hours to start at Saturday at 7 a.m. Since a lot of the impacts we were seeing were on Fridays. And so we came to you all last year with a recommendation to reduce the extent of the Open Parkway, so they'd only be 2.2 miles from Knowles Strathmore down to Cedar, eliminating the Cedar to Connecticut Ave section, and thus eliminating kind of the Culver Street cut-through issue. At the same time we did this, we also proposed restoring the original operating hours, which would start at Friday at 9 a.m. We originally reduced those operating hours as a result of the Culver Street cut-through issue, and with removing the Culver Street cut-through issue, we proposed restoring the operating hours so then they'd match the original hours and be in line with what we have on Sligo Creek Parkway. So over the past year, since you all approved that recommendation, we've continued coordinating with the publics, and in particular, the Parkwood Residents Association and the Kensington Estates Civic Association. They've been great partners with us. They've helped us to identify locations for traffic counts, where they felt it was most important for us to look. We've shared that traffic count data with them. We've reviewed that data with them, and if any of you have looked at a traffic study or traffic engineering data, it's pretty cumbersome and pretty dense. So we worked to help kind of make some sense of that as we could. And then also have worked to help kind of coordinate with MCDOT and Maryland SHA on quick fix improvements such as don't block the box signage or intersection markings, and have generally tried to help support those efforts and be a good partner where we can. We have not conducted any formal public input leading up to this update, but we do have, I'll provide a recap of what we learned last year in 2024, as well as some updated feedback from the civic associations themselves. So one of the first takeaways is that there are a complex variety of viewpoints, especially when we were looking at both the extents and the operating hours last year. So in the top right of this slide, you can see the different opinions ranked. So the most popular opinion was to maintain Saturday, Sunday hours and to have no opinion on the length of the Open Parkway. And then the second, third, and fourth kind of ranked opinions were to have Friday through Sunday operating hours and then any variety of the extents. Overall, we received about 52% support for Friday closures on Beach Drive. So that includes everyone we heard from. So people in Montgomery County, Maryland, people who come up from DC to use this. So that's everybody. When we look at the kind of local support or opposition for this, we looked at the 20814 and 20895 zip codes, which you can see in the pink in the bottom left here. So these are primarily the zip codes that are immediately surrounding the extents of the Beach Drive Open Parkway. And when we look at that, we see either 68% or 70% opposition amongst those who had an opinion, compared to 85% in support of expanding or restoring the original operating hours on Friday. So there's a clear difference between the immediate local viewpoint on Fridays, as well as the overall viewpoint. And to add a little bit more context from that, we received a letter requesting that Beach Drive be reopened to vehicles on Friday from the Parkwood Residents Association. They did a poll in 2024 and did a second follow-up poll in 2025, which showed 79% support for removing Friday from the open parkway. So again, those who live immediately adjacent to the open parkway have strong support against the Friday closures. Separately received a letter requesting Beach Drive be reopened to vehicles on Fridays from the Kensington Parkwood PTA. And so before I turn it over to Andrew to talk about some of the traffic counts, I'll quickly touch on some of the open parkway counts that we collected. So we have two locations. We've got the Beach Drive at Knowles Ave. It's a little south of Knowles, closer to the Polar Playground. So I'll reference it as the Polar Playground in future slides. And then at Beach Drive in Wildwood, we have a trail counter, which is facing and directed towards the Rock Creek Trail. And then we have an open parkway counter that is directed towards the street. So when we look at the Polar Playground open parkway counter, we can see a few things. One, we can see that the initial years of the program, when everybody was stuck at home and looking for a way to get outside, was the most popular. We've seen some decrease in usage since then. So, for example, the Saturday average goes from almost 1,600 to a little over 900 between 2020 and 2022, and then 2022 and 2024. And then we see that number actually jump up a little bit from the 916 to 987. Similarly, almost 1,500 drops to 700 and bumps back up to almost 900. Some of this might just be the dates that we've collected it. So December to February has more winter months than June to May. But in general, we are still seeing pretty good use of the open parkways. This graph right here shows both the daily average and the hourly average. I included the hourly average because there's essentially less hours in the day to use the open parkway on Friday with it opening at 9 and on Saturday with it closing at 4 or 6 p.m. So what we're seeing here is Saturdays are the busiest day of use at 987, followed by Sundays with 879, but then Sunday is actually the highest use day per hour. So again, less hours in the day to use it, and we're seeing higher use in that area. And then we've got Friday down here. So Friday is the both lowest use day and the lowest use hourly use, but still seeing relatively good use compared to the past. I mentioned we have a trail counter that is facing Rock Creek Trail at Wildwood. And so we're seeing, again, Saturday and Sundays are both very high use days. Interestingly, we see Fridays drop. In part, our guess there is that more people are using the roadway than the trail. But in total at the Wildwood counter, since the Fridays were reinstituted, we've counted over 150,000 users, an average of almost 500 users a day. And the busiest day was just a week or two ago with over 1,000 users. So we also had a counter facing the open parkway, which unfortunately was damaged and the data was lost. And so what I've done on this graph is I've looked at the historical data and kind of splits between the trail counter and the open parkway counter when it was functioning, and we typically see there's about a 34% of the use is on the trail counter, and the 66% of it remaining is on the open parkway counter. So in the orange here, this is not an exact number, but just to give a sense of what those numbers might be if we use the historical kind of percentages to get an estimate. So if that's the case, then we're looking at Wildwood at 800 or 900 users on an average Friday, and more than that on Saturdays and Sundays. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Andrew to talk about the traffic counts that we've collected over the past year.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Tsai. I'm an engineer with Montgomery County Parks. We work with the Residents Association to identify 9 locations for traffic counts along the Parkwood area. Our goal was to kind of make sure or kind of confirm whether or not cut-through traffic was an issue, as Kyle mentioned on Culver Street, where we dealt with that in the previous iteration. We identified 9 locations, but we ended up doing 10 counts. We worked with the HOA to shift the location of location number 3, Parkwood at Brookfield Drive, down to Parkwood at Franklin Street, just for the spring 2025 count. The spring 2025 count was conducted in late March. We actually shifted that up from our anticipated kind of May to June timeframe. We did our best to try to capture the federal return to office mandates at the time. I think there was a little bit of shifting guidance. I think FDA, NIH, various other federal agencies were all returning to the office in mid-March. My understanding is that NIH may have delayed their return to office mandate a few weeks beyond that, but I think it was a balance to try to capture the best information that we could at the time. The counts were done on 2 days, Thursdays and Fridays. Thursday being, of course, when Open Parkway Beach Drive is open to vehicles. Friday, Beach Drive was closed to vehicles. They were 13-hour turning movement counts, so these were done at intersections. Next slide, please. From the information from the counts that we gathered from all 3 locations throughout the past year, we can make a few conclusions. The first conclusion is that the anticipated detour routes identified in our June 2024 presentation report are being utilized. Those are predominantly Strathmore at 355, with 355 being the main detour route for both northbound and southbound traffic, as well as Cedar Lane. The graph over here is a little bit hard to see, but in summary of it, basically on Thursdays and Fridays, we're seeing an increase in the detour-only turn movements. So that indicates to us that traffic is utilizing those detour movements. And we also know from our counts that, for example, Knowles at Beach Drive, the intersection volume drops by about 4,000 vehicles, but just to the west of the detour route at 355 and Strathmore Avenue, the overall traffic there increases by about 4,000 vehicles. So that's good news, and it tells us that cars are generally utilizing the main detour routes and not cutting through the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Parkwood Drive, we have a few conclusions from that as well. We haven't detected an increase in cut-through traffic. Cut-through traffic is when cars are utilizing a road, driving from one end and driving out the other to try to bypass, for example, bypass a Beach Drive closure by utilizing Parkwood as an alternate. Our counts aren't detecting that. We're not seeing an increase from one end that reflects on the other end. We have noticed increased peak volumes along Parkwood Drive and surrounding roads on Fridays that coincide with Kensington Parkwood Elementary School start times and end times. The image over here on the right shows the boundary for Kensington Parkway Elementary School, so it kind of picks up all the way even east of Connecticut Avenue a little bit. That overall little peak that coincides with Kensington Parkwood traffic of about 170 vehicles per hour is still less than the overall typical weekday peak on Parkwood of about 220 vehicles per hour, which usually occurs in the mornings from around 7:30 to 8:30. We also have noticed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I ask one question? I'm sorry to interrupt. Just on the peak traffic related to the elementary school, how does that compare to baseline when the Friday closure wasn't in effect?
It is an increase of about. It varies depending along the location. It is about, and I have that info right here. It's approximately 10 to 15% higher, 10 to 20% higher, but it's still lower than the overall weekday morning peak of about 220 vehicles. That occurs early in the morning before the elementary school drop-off pickup times occur.
Can you explain that again? So there's a overall weekday morning peak, but and that's 220. I mean,
Yeah, and so.
Can you explain what is it? So
Yeah,
during a
so-
certain time frame that you get that many cars per hour?
Yeah, from about 7:30 to 8:30 on a typical weekday, Parkwood Drive gets a peak volume of about 220 vehicles per hour. That occurs because of the commuter traffic that's happening earlier in the morning. So we found that on Fridays compared to Thursdays, right at that 9 to 10 hour, there's also just a little bit of a mini spike, if you will, because of that coincides with the Kensington Parkwood drop-off in elementary school times. And then we're also seeing that little sort of mini spike as well in the afternoons. But that increased volume on Fridays, that is in part because of the elementary school, is still less than the overall highest peak that the road sees throughout the course of the entire day.
And so in other words, Friday conditions are still, Friday peak, or sorry, Friday throughout the day or Friday peak beyond the elementary school hours are still lower than the typical weekday peak in the morning.
Yeah, so this, Andrew's final bullet here kind of touches on that. So the overall peak hour on Friday is less than on Thursday, but on Friday we are seeing a little bit more traffic every hour. So cumulatively, we're seeing some Fridays where there's increased traffic, even though the peak hour itself is lower, if that makes sense.
So could you show the detour?
Yeah.
And how much longer the detour is for people? You believe that people are not cutting through. So could you show us how that
Yeah,
works?
so it's a little bit hard to see here, but the two maps on the right show the
Could you
anticipated-
use your cursor to show us? It's hard for me to read. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so this right here is Knowles and Strathmore. And here in the red, the dash red is 355. Beach Drive is over here. And then Parkwood is sort of parallel to Beach Drive. This is Parkwood over here. So the detour routes is both in the northbound and southbound direction. Most traffic in the area is trying to get to and from 355. So 355 at Strathmore, oh, my mouse seems to be disappearing. We anticipated 355 at Strathmore to be the main detour route, going both northbound and southbound, as well as Summit Avenue, Cedar Lane. Cedar Lane becomes Summit Avenue as you approach Knowles Avenue right here. So that was the other secondary.
Could you show NIH? Where is NIH?
NIH is actually further,
Next
it's off
to
the map.
Cedar, isn't it next to?
It's to the southwest.
Yeah,
it's
it's
a little-
off the map.
yeah.
So the Beach Drive could have been a route for people coming from north going
Yeah.
to NIH. So that would have been a route for it. And the detour, do you know how many how long it takes how much longer it takes to go through the detour on Fridays? Because 355 has traffic on it also.
355 is, yep.
How much does it add to people commute?
It likely adds about 10 minutes to the route at least versus being able to utilize Beach Drive.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, 10 minutes is considerate. Okay.
And in our June 2024 report, we did identify that Beach Drive does kind of function on weekdays as sort of an alternate route to northbound and southbound 355, just because 355 is a 60,000 vehicle per day road.
Yeah, 355 is really, crowded, yeah.
We can go to the next slide. So to kind of dig in as to why we're seeing increased overall vehicles on Parkwood and adjacent roads when Beach Drive is closed, we sort of have highlighted here two images. The one on the left are conditions from Monday through Thursday, and the one on the right is conditions on Fridays through Sunday when Beach Drive is closed. So when Beach Drive is open, we can kind of see that it provides a very convenient route from the adjacent neighborhood to access 355 to the west. You can go north to Knowles Avenue, where then you can go east or west, and then you can go south down to Cedar Lane, which then allows you to access locations to the south, Bethesda, NIH, even 355 in the Beltway. On a typical weekday from Monday through Thursday, about 2,000 vehicles use Franklin Street And hopefully we can put our mouse over there.
Yeah, Franklin's right here.
Yeah, about 2,000 vehicles use Franklin Street to travel to and from Beach Drive. And I've also highlighted the Kensington Parkwood Elementary School drop-off and pickup location over there. So you can see it's a very convenient kind of way to get to the elementary school, and then after you do a drop-off in the morning to get to 355 or whatever location you're trying to get to. So on Fridays, utilizing Franklin Street to get to Beach Drive is no longer an option. So that results in the local neighborhood traffic having to use Parkwood Drive as an alternate route to go north and south, or utilize Saul Road and other residential roads in the area. So our accounts indicate that overall traffic, even though the peaks on Fridays are still lower than that kind of morning peak that happens earlier in the morning, it's still higher because cars have to utilize Parkwood and other neighborhood roads to kind of get out of the neighborhood if using Franklin at Beach is not an option.
So for people driving to the elementary school, could you go back one slide just for a sec where it shows the school boundary? I'm trying to get a sense for if Beach Drive is actually sort of a desirable route to go to the elementary school, because it looks like, it's hard to tell just from sort of sussing out from data and maps.
Yes.
But Parkwood seems to be a more direct path for people kind of living to the east and northeast of the school to get to the school. I take your point that it's sort of, if they drop off, they may continue on from then and prefer to access Beach Drive.
Yeah.
But do we think that there's any notable traffic using Beach Drive to access the school for drop-off?
So you can see in the map, this blue line is the boundary for Parkwood, Kensington Parkwood. That doesn't mean every single student is east of that boundary. So there, is likely some students who are west of that who would utilize Beach. I know from talking to MCPS and their school bus operators, they occasionally use Beach, but it's kind of a, not every time thing. And so I don't think it's so much, people need that connection to actually drop their kids off. It's after they drop their kids off and they're heading into work or heading into Grosvenor or heading on to run errands, a doctor's appointment, things like that. And so, when Andrew said we're not seeing cut-through traffic, we're not seeing people from outside the neighborhood utilize Parkwood. We're seeing basically from Kensington Parkwood moving north and moving south on Parkwood, the volumes we're seeing are increasing as the neighborhood kind of is filtering out through those streets.
Yeah.
That Franklin to 355 connection is extremely convenient. It does save a significant amount of time. We had originally looked at, is there a way to keep the open parkway and open that small section to vehicles so that, we can, I don't think we would have had the same amount of pushback had that section been open because people would have been able to get out of the neighborhood easier. We ultimately decided not to suggest that because while there is a path, it's pretty narrow. There's not really much room to widen it. And then more importantly, there is a bridge that has a pretty constrained sidewalk, so we'd be choking people down to about a 4-foot section for two-way traffic, and ultimately didn't feel like we could, create an open parkway setting for 0.3 miles in the middle of this 2.2 mile section. So ultimately, we didn't recommend that.
Where is that on this map?
So essentially, let me get over here. So here's the Franklin connection where it hits 355.
Mm-hmm.
And so let me actually see if I can find a slightly better map from this one, I think. So basically from this 3 out to the 355, if you're heading north, you can come right through here and head north. If you're heading south, you can come here and then make the south turn. Whereas with that closed, then you're taking Parkwood or Saul out to Cedar down, or you're taking Parkwood up and then taking Strathmore over from kind of this number 6 to number 5. So it is a section that is well used.
In your count of the open parkway usage, What is the usage on Fridays in the winter time?
So in the wintertime, I don't have that on the slide. I do know that from looking at the data, you'd think that the summer months are going to be the highest use, but it's really May, April, May, and then September, October are really our highest periods. And then I know for a long time, one of the highest days we had counted was January 1st of this year. If you get a nice 60-degree day in the middle of the winter, we're going to see a lot of people out on the Parkway. Overall, in a January or December, volumes are going to be lower than the April, May, September, October. But we do still see pretty significant usage, especially when we have a random nice day. We see a lot of people out there.
Thank you.
So in conclusion, as Kyle mentioned, we have over 105,000 open parkway users since June of 2024 in the past year. Our updated traffic counts show that the detour routes are functioning as intended. We found that the intersections, the main detour intersections that we have counts for, are maintaining existing levels of service, which in some cases was already kind of poor, but the situation was not any worse. We didn't detect any cut-through traffic on Parkwood Drive. We did notice an increase in local neighborhood traffic on Parkwood Drive and surrounding roads when Beach Drive is closed, in part due to Kensington Parkwood traffic, elementary school traffic, as well as the fact that the Franklin Street at Beach Drive access route in and out of the neighborhood was not available. Based on the counts, Parkwood Drive remains a functional roadway with conditions and volumes consistent with similar neighborhood connectors in the part of the county.
Can I also ask you a question in regard to continuity of the Beach Drive to be closed through DC? I have actually biked on a weekend and, all the way from Strathmore, not this year, last year, all the way down to Washington, DC. There is a good section in Washington, DC also is closed. And then in between, there are a lot of other places that is open. Is there any value in looking at the continuity and see what is DC doing? Do they close on Fridays also?
I believe some sections of Beach in DC are closed 7 days a week, are pretty much permanently closed to traffic. They did do a month or so ago kind of a driving day as a mitigation effort to kind of open up those roads so that people who are maybe not as able-bodied are still able to use the park and get in. I don't know how successful that was, and I don't think we're looking to consider anything like that. To me, that kind of creates some confusion of having it open one day here and there. But I think the Cedar to Connecticut section we've studied. I don't think we are interested in bringing that back. So I think at this point we're trying to make the existing programs we have permanent and work from there.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one more question for now about an intersection that I'm not sure I saw it noted in the staff report, but 355 when it meets Cedar, so a little bit south of this. And we did receive some comments and I think a picture from the community, just noting kind of conditions there.
Yeah.
I should also note that I think that picture was taken Friday at 5 o'clock in the evening. And so, sort of peak of the peak of the peak day traffic conditions. So I just did want to sort of note that, and it's not unusual to see a lot of backup there. But my question is more so, have we had conversations with MCDOT about the signal timing of that intersection? Because I think that there are some maybe operational changes that they could consider to mitigate some of the traffic flow and kind of throughput of that intersection. Specifically, it's good to see that the level of service at is it Strathmore? Yeah, Strathmore and 355 hasn't significantly changed. And so vehicles are still getting through there kind of within a cycle on average, which is good. But for the Cedar Lane one, what's our take on that and how we talk to MCDOT?
Yeah, so, you know, the 9 locations we've identified here, we identified with the community, and we're mainly looking at cut-through traffic. So we do have Cedar at Parkwood. It would certainly be helpful to have 355 in Cedar. I know that in probably the 20 years of my life that I've been driving, I've wished that light had a longer left turn, and I'm sure most of the folks in that neighborhood who utilize that probably do as well. So, you know, there's probably, it probably warrants some additional, you know, research. We have looked at, there are some 2024 counts that the state had conducted. It's on a Thursday, so it doesn't really tell us the Friday impact, but that would certainly be helpful information to kind of supplement this, even if it doesn't really tell us the cut-through aspect of it. You know, I think the issue is a little more than a cut-through issue now that we've studied it and worked with the community. So there certainly would be some value in having a better sense of the Thursday-Friday changes at that intersection.
I was going to comment on that photo too, but also would the same be for 5 where 355 in Strathmore? I mean, think it would be sort of like a similar kind of maybe.
Yeah. So we do have a count at 355 in Strathmore. We don't have a count at Cedar Lane and 355 other than the existing state highway counts. Every major intersection on 355 processes about 60,000 vehicles a day. And at least at Strathmore and 355, the level of service of just that left turn movement from 355 on to Strathmore, even prior to the Open Parkway program, was already at the failing level. Right. So a lot of the left turns, Cedar and Strathmore, are already just very congested and backed up just due to the overall volumes. Kind of regards to DOT coordination, we haven't reached out to DOT specifically about Cedar Lane and 355 yet, but we have coordinated with them on signal timing adjustments at Beach and Knowles.
Okay.
But we certainly can reach out to them to kind of
I was thinking
an idea.
just more maybe if the timing, you know, on the sequencing and stuff like that. I had a question about, it appears that, have you heard any data, do you have any data on safety? I haven't heard you talk about any incidents on Parkwood. Is it just a little bit more congestion, but safety's?
We have, DOT has provided us with 2 counts that they conducted on Saul at 2 locations along Saul between Parkwood and Cedar Lane. So the 2 counts get speed, while as our turning movement counts just kind of get turning movements, so they don't tell us what speeds are. I think we found overall 85th percentile speeds were actually a little bit below the speed limits, so we didn't necessarily see a speeding issue in that regard. I looked at the crash records for the past couple of years along Parkwood itself, and I didn't see any crashes that resulted in a police report that got entered into the county's crash database.
Yeah, I think the main safety concerns are, you know, the general driver behavior that we see everywhere. And then I think the concern is with, you know, even with a lower peak hour, a little bit more traffic every hour throughout the day increases, you know, the chances of something happening. You know, there's sections of Parkwood that have traffic calming, and the neighborhood's currently working through DOT's process to look at adding more traffic calming along some of the sections of Parkwood that don't currently have it. That's something we fully support. You know, we've very much talked about the issues here as Friday, Saturday, Sunday issues, but they're very much every day of the week issues, regardless of the impact of Friday. So we're trying to help support, you know, those efforts to get traffic calming and things in as we can, and they're warranted regardless of the Friday kind of issue.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. When I look at these presentations, although I'm not connected to the community, I don't live next to it, I try to put myself in the shoes of the community members. And so in putting myself in the shoes of the community members, I asked these questions, and I wrote them down. And what was the original intent of that roadway? How can the reduction of a roadway with no homes be in alignment with Vision Zero? And was the community planned with the use of Beach Drive to serve their communities? And shouldn't stronger consideration for Beach Drive use be resolved in favor of the communities adjacent to Beach Drive that rely on Beach Drive? And finally, the closure of the roadway appears to be for recreational use of people who are not served by that roadway for the necessity of maintaining their workaday lives. And it's a major inconvenience to the people who live there. And so when I look at the workaday life, like the workaday life is usually Monday through Friday. And people are dying to get home on Friday or get to their office early and leave early on Friday. And so if you close it on Friday, you complicate their workaday life and the convenience of a commute that allows them to enjoy their weekend. I can understand the closure on Saturdays and Sundays, but if I was a community member and I put myself in their shoes, I wouldn't want that roadway closed on Fridays, especially commencing in the morning.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So some great questions, and one thing I'll just call out is that as far as Saturday and Sunday goes, I don't think there's any question of the support from the community. They very much value the Saturday, Sunday closures. This is for the most part a Friday issue. And so I'll just call that out, that it's been great to work with the community here, because while they do oppose the Friday, they very much see the value in this program and the reason for it. You know, going to kind of what's the intent of a parkway, you know, the primary goal of a parkway is to enhance access to recreation. That's kind of why parkways started, whether it's a limited access high-speed parkway like the GW Parkway, it still enhances access to recreation, and whether it's a lower speed Sligo Creek Parkway or Beach Drive Parkway, the primary goal was to help people get out into nature and enhance that access to recreation. So, you know, that's kind of the original intent of the road. Regardless of the original intent, Beach Drive and Sligo Creek are obviously used by people commuting to and from work, in addition to access for recreation. I myself use Sligo Creek almost every day to drop my kids off. So I totally understand kind of the intended purpose and the actual use of the road are slightly different things. But yeah, I mean, it's a logical position for the people in this community to have, that there is now a longer way for them to get out of the neighborhood. It's not as convenient, it takes longer. And even though we have heard from people in the neighborhood that they love this on Fridays, it doesn't work for everybody in the neighborhood. And so this is kind of the balancing act that we have to figure out
So
here.
can I ask another question in regard to balancing act? I totally support the recreation aspect of it. You know that where I'm coming from. At the same time, I understand the community cry about this. So while, you know, I had a few ideas, I do not know if you have even looked at it. One would be, if it is mostly for the drop-in and drop-off of the kids for Parkwood, instead of opening it at 9 a.m., we're closing it at 10 a.m. At least that takes the rush for the morning. I know that still it is. I'm just trying to see how much we can bridge the gap between what our goal is and the community that live around that. So that is one consideration. The other consideration is that usually traffic is not that bad, and most of the recreation is in around, you know, when the weather is good. Maybe we could limit the closure of Fridays to shorter time period. Maybe from May or May that the weather is good, all the way to September or October. And then during the winter, when we have snow and freezing and cold, and they may have a lot of other closure, we leave the parkway open on Fridays. So that's another gap, bridging another gap. Another one that you just explained, if we want to keep it all the way, maybe on Friday we don't close, we close it from Strathmore to Franklin, and let that connection that you agree yourself that is vital to be open on Fridays, and then close it on Saturday and Sunday. Somehow, I understand that it looked like that about 70-80% of people living in that community are against Fridays. And the people that they like it, like me, we don't live in that community. We love to be open, go. So somehow, if there is a possibility to bridge that, to come to some kind of compromise solution, it would be good.
Yeah.
So let me just say this: this was a briefing for the board. We have not solicited opinions on this from other. I guess there are 3 community groups within this community, and then also there, which directly affected, and there are others around surrounding. So it would be, I'm fine with if the staff coming back with some, maybe looking at what are some alternatives. But the good news, it appears that there's not any significant cut-through traffic. It's the people in the community at least trying to get to their work or but getting back home or whatever like that. It's not like the Schuyler, what's it, Culver? Culver Street issue, right? And so this was supposed to just be a briefing, but if there are any suggestions you could think of, and as I said, we did not reach out to the community at large on this. It was just a briefing, and we by chance the Parkwood community gave some comments. So it's up to the board, but I'm just thinking at this point, if there are suggestions, I'm sure you provide some, you may think of some, and the pros and cons as you think through. I don't know if the community even.
I mean, I can provide a little more detail because we have had conversations about, potential alternative hours. So generally, from speaking with the civic associations, pushing the start time back to 10, while it does help the morning drop-off issue, it does nothing for the rest of the day. And so their position is that it should be a Saturday, Sunday closure, and that any kind of potential Friday modifications don't really solve the root issue. So the pushing the start time back to 10, while that would help with the drop-off, it still doesn't fix the rest of the issue. We had separately considered, should this be a 6 p.m. start time on Fridays, which allows some access, but then you think, when it's getting dark at 5 p.m., what's the benefit of closing the road at 6 p.m.? So that's not really that viable. And then that brings up the third kind of thing, which is, do you make it a seasonal closure? We had talked, is it like, pool season, Memorial Day to Labor Day? But actually, after looking at the data, I'm not sure that's the best solution, since we see really the most use in April, May, and then September, October. So then maybe is it kind of, we push the close time from 4 to 6 p.m. based on daylight savings. So then maybe do we follow Fridays for half the year? Those are all potential options. They all carry, some potential for confusion. If that cut-through route's open, or that Franklin to 355 route's open on Fridays, but not Saturdays, Sundays, is that confusing? I mean, we can clarify this, but I think figuring out which of these alternatives, how the community views those, I think would be a helpful exercise, and something that we would be happy to look
I
at.
think it would be very helpful when you come back for final decision. We have 3 alternatives you can live with.
Yeah.
One is that Friday's open, okay? And alternative 4 would be Friday closed, okay? And then 2 other alternatives in between that you feel comfortable. Okay? And then you could tell us what is your number 1, number 2, number 2 in regard to the Parks Department. And also, hopefully, we could hear from public that, of course, if you put number 4, everybody wants number 4. So maybe we don't want to put number 4. Yeah.
So I just to make sure that the Parks Department understands direction coming from the board. This was, as the chair noted, intended to be a briefing. There was no action item for the board. We didn't have a recommendation. The board voted last year to make this extent permanent and add back the Friday. So we were coming today just as the board had requested with a briefing that includes the traffic counts and other information that we gathered over the course of the year. If the board is asking us to come back with a couple of alternatives after some kind of comment period where, you know, everyone can sort of weigh in and we can factor that information in as well. And of course, the board can consider public input and weigh it in any way the board wants. We can do that if that is what the direction that the board is giving us.
Yeah, so this is, based on what you presented today, this is what, in general, it worked. You know, I mean, it created, you know, having it closed on Fridays in this section, it generally works. There is definitely more traffic on Parkwood, but how much is too much? You know, that's the debate. I mean, but it seems as if it appears to be working safely, but there is more traffic. I mean, there definitely is more traffic. So I would like to see if there is trying again, an option that creates less traffic and maybe gets the community to get to places faster, a little faster, if there's possible. But this does work. I mean, it seems to be safe, but there's some concern in these section of the community. I'd like to see if we can, a little bit broader, there are other community groups in there, and there's also other people that use this. So if you can come back, but not, I don't want this to be a long process. I don't know, how do you have a shorter process where you come up with a couple of options, get community feedback on those options, and the board can hear this as quickly as possible. So I don't know what, but that's just my opinion.
I agree with you, and we are not asking you to go back to do more count or anything. Okay, I just want to make sure that you know, I think you have enough data.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with considering options to address, mitigate, improve the specific kind of pinch points or specific concerns that have kind of arisen, like the chair mentioned. I'm not sure in terms of process, kind of what the best process for that is. For example, if it's better for a couple of options or slight adjustments to sort of be developed, and then, you know, we consider here before it's kind of sent out to the public for comment. I'm not sure if that's the best process, or if, you know, if there's another option to consider. I just wanted to note, I think it's crystal clear Saturday and Sunday are great, working, and should remain absolutely permanent. Friday also appears to be popular and well used. And I think that, you know, considering the access this provides, like you mentioned, to recreation, to the creek, considering that it does close at 9 a.m. And so one of the things I wanted to note was, like, there is the potential for adjusted kind of commute times. I'd be interested to hear if we've detected shifting commute or shifting volumes kind of earlier in Friday morning to account for that closure. I mean, 9 a.m., you know, for many commuters, you don't want to say for everyone, for many commuters, 9 a.m. is a time at which many people have already left. I understand that it doesn't address kind of the issues related to the school and some other things, but that's just a long way of saying that I agree that considering a couple of options to mitigate the specific impacts is worth considering, and yeah, would defer to you all about kind of the best way to go through a process about that.
For the record, Darren Flechet, Deputy Director. So want to try to get some clarity. We can handle this in a couple of ways. We could, I think in terms of the process, what we're proposing is developing a proposal, and if we can develop a proposal here today, then that would be our proposal that we would have an open comment period for. If we don't have a proposal specific, we could go develop one and come back. But what we are asking for is an opportunity for a 30-day comment period, not a massive set of public meetings or anything like that, but just an open comment period that anybody who wants to say anything about the proposal can do so. I think having a specific proposal to get feedback on might provide clarity to you all in making a final decision. So insofar as we can come up with a single proposal to vet with a comment period, I think there would be some merit to that. If options is the better path because we don't have clarity on a single proposed scenario, then we can certainly develop a couple options. So Commissioner Linden, to your point, I guess my question for the board is there more of a sense of trying to find solutions that would maintain some open parkway on Friday, or is the will of the body to kind of have an up and down vote on Friday?
Right. I think for me, just to sort of, provide kind of specific examples based on what we talked about, it could be interesting to consider an adjusted closure location like we talked about, maybe moving it to Franklin on Friday. I don't know operationally if that introduces more challenges. It seems like it might. And so I guess that introduces two questions. There's the question of how the community and how the broader community feels about the adjustments we're talking about, but then I'm also very interested from our perspective, from your perspective, what does that mean operationally? Does it introduce challenges that are maybe not worth actually pursuing? So it'd be good to get feedback on two different paths with that. But the closure at Franklin, instead of where it's currently at Cedar, the closure at Franklin on Fridays, maybe that's one possibility. And I'm not sure if others have other ideas.
Yeah, can I just say, so also relying on, as Commissioner Linden said, relying on your expertise, like what's like really too hard to do, and all things being equal, I know that the community suggested and didn't want a later start date, but if you could sort of flip the switch on, and I mean, to me, a later start date is easier to try. And it is. I would think, without a major, and so what would, I'm just throwing it out, what would this later be? Is it, as you said, is it 10:30? Is it a trial? I'm not, but we're not there, so I'm just asking, what do you think?
What about if we just leave it to them to decide to what kind of proposal to come with us? Because I thought that it would be, you come with one or two or whatever alternative, but if you feel that none of just there is one good viable option, that's fine also. But we thought that this is creating a local inconvenience for people. So we're just trying to divide that and create a compromise solution that is good for everyone, and it also maybe not be good for everyone. I think that that's a compromise solution that we are looking for to the best of your knowledge, and you're the expert. You guys know exactly what's going on. It may be just we open a few months on Friday and close it in the other, maybe in winter. I don't know which one is a good idea. It may be just adjusting the schedule that way. But I will leave it up to you.
So I think I'm hearing that the board would like us to see if we can come up with a couple of alternatives, and one of them could potentially be, okay, what happens if what's the reaction to eliminating Friday altogether? What would it look like, to have a later start time? We can develop a couple of these options. I do want to say, one of the things that we are trying to do in the Parks Department, and these are sort of things that we have to balance, is of course we want to be nimble and we want to always be open to changing what we do or adjusting what we do based on things that are in flux or changing circumstances. I mean, that was what started this program in the first place, was we were trying to do something really quick and nimble, which was respond to a crisis by providing additional recreational space. And, it proved to be largely successful, not without its, impacts. So we want to be open to that. We want to be able to move quickly, but also adjust things as needed. We also want, as a Parks Department, to at some point have some certainty about what we're doing. And we think that the community, both folks who live in the surrounding neighborhoods who are the majority of whom do not support the Fridays, and then the larger community that takes advantage of this recreational resource, I think everyone would like some kind of certainty and some kind of feeling of, permanency and predictability, whichever way we land. So what will get us to that point, I think, is would be good. So we, I think, are hearing you that you want us to explore a couple of alternatives and come back to the board with a recommendation or just some alternatives for the board to review, and then give us direction again on what this program should look like on a permanent basis. So we're not, constantly, so the community doesn't have to always be organizing itself, and we don't have to be constantly, working on the same program.
Right. Right. We do appreciate what you said, and it's, people want certainty, and we could easily say today, I mean, a certainty could be open it back up, don't close it on Fridays, and that's a BS, but I don't think we should say that today with some input from others, right? I just don't think that's the right thing to do. And so that always is an option, and, I think that people, this community would be happy about that, but I'm just wanted to know is there one last shot or whatever, is there another option? And maybe there isn't, right? But I am happy that this community would love to. It's fine with that section being closed on Saturday and Sundays, and but I would think that to have more feedback from others on that, that's just, go out and say to everyone, that is the option. What do you want to do about it? I mean, that's also, but I've been saying is one last shot at this not last shot, but, is there an opportunity to have it open on a portion on the Fridays?
So,
Could we please have the rest of the agenda, which includes C, the information in C, which the Parkwood community brought to the board, to you? We met with you and with the head of Parks, and this is not being presented.
Excuse me. Yeah, thank you for your comment.
Questions, I understand that the board has not heard what the community has said.
No, you're, excuse me, ma'am, could you please, I appreciate your comment, right? And that was in the package, and I would like, in all to being open here, could you, I mean, normally we talk about the community's comments and things and bring them to the board. One of the things, your comments were in the package, and I'm fine with highlighting, Kyle, can you present, there were a couple of comments from the community, and I think you went over them, but they had also presented, But the board members saw the.
Yeah, we saw the comments. We appreciated the comments. I think full transparency, speaking to community use here, we can't take action today because we from a process standpoint, we need an open comment period. And so if, I understand that's what you're hoping for, it's just not something we can do today. We're probably moving in the direction of an open comment period about several options. And so, and we've heard the concerns, and I think the options are trying to sort of get at various pieces of that.
Right. This was just a public briefing, and we're not making a decision today, right? We always told you we're not making a decision today, so please, all right? Okay, so where we are today, we went back and said, we want you to come back. You can either today decide on what the couple of options are, or come back with or if you say there are no other options, I mean, this is for you to discuss with us today, right?
Yeah.
So we can know next steps, okay?
Yeah, so I'll just say that, we see the value in this program and recognize that it's not without impacts. And so I think we will continue to work with the civic associations, both with what we would propose as alternatives to survey the community, but also to see if there's any additional alternatives to consider. I think we saw last year that there's a pretty complex variety of viewpoints on these closures, on the lengths of the closures, the timing of the closures. And so I think if we can collect more information on potential alternatives, hopefully we can find a solution that continues to, offer recreational access, but also helps to minimize the impacts, even if it's not cut through traffic, of getting in and out of this neighborhood for the residents who live there. So we are happy to look at that. We'll develop a few alternatives and survey the public and kind of figure out what alternatives are viewed favorably and not, and then we can present those to you all.
I think I know we probably don't want to just sort of say these are the ones necessarily right now, but I think that it, in my opinion at least, I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I'd be interested in exploring kind of the difference in location, the difference in time on Friday morning, and outside of that, any sort of operational or traffic calming measures in coordination with MCDOT, kind of whatever we can explore with them in a reasonable time frame to get at, again, kind of focusing on specifically the Cedar Lane intersection. I know that's a hard conversation anytime we're talking about signal timing. But whatever MCDOT can engage on to address various components of that, I think that's sort of the universe of things in my mind right now.
Yeah.
And just one more thing I wanted, for the people that are hearing us, that we are looking for the benefit of the whole county. As the Parks Director explained, we're looking at the recreational value for the whole county, for the neighborhood. At the same time, you are included in that. So, of course, the traffic may impact the one that are the closest to this closure. And that's why that we are looking to see that how we could minimize or mitigate, okay? It may not be completely eliminated, but we try to create something that to mitigate the issues and minimize the issues while still allowing that recreational activity to continue. It's really a wonderful thing to have. So that's the goal is. And you will get the chance to discuss it and come here and talk about it. So that chance would be given to everyone.
So let's end this saying that.
Can I just clarify? We were not planning on a public hearing. We would have a comment period.
Okay. So do you have direction from us? And I think that it was one more time, but the goal is whatever we do, it's not a trial, it's not a whatever, it's some certainty, permanent options. Whatever we decide at the end is permanent, to going forward so the community can have certainty. And to come back with us with with a couple of options for the board to consider. We will end up saying yes, these two or this one, and we go out for a comment period, and that's it. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think that sounds great for me. My only final comment is just to sort of emphasize how important this broader program is, the Open Parkways program, to the county. And we have these conversations sometimes about the ones that exist and trimming around the edges or trying to kind of figure out, exactly the issues that we're talking about today, how to mitigate some of the impacts. But I think we don't want to miss the forest for the trees. And the forest is that the forest view is that these kinds of programs are so vital in general to the county. We should be exploring more of them to the extent we can. They provide incredible, and not just for recreation, incredible transportation value. They're in service of a lot of our other county goals. They help establish kind of opportunities for placemaking and a lot of other things too. And so I don't want to miss that that part of the conversation. And I hope we can explore more opportunities for this elsewhere still.
Yes, thank you.
Great. So you have direction. I don't think we need any. So thank you. And then I thank the community for coming out. As I said, there are no perfect solutions. We're all looking at overall. There's a lot of parts and pieces to this around the county. We want to improve quality of life in the county, and sometimes the things that we do may create a little inconvenience in one area as we try to grow in another area. So thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this. We asked you to come back after a year, and you're monitoring. You came back, so thank you so much. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then start with our next item, 7 Yandle Park mandatory referral, MR 2025-018, where staff is recommending approval and transmit of comments. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Yandle Park, mandatory referral number MR 2025-018, where staff is recommending approval and transmittal of comments. This morning, we have Amy Lindsay with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Ms. Lindsay.
Good morning. For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning. Here to present to you Yandle Park, which is not one of our parks. This is Garrett Park. This is Garrett Park's park. We're going to be saying park a lot today. And we also have the town manager from Garrett Park and the consultant here as well. So with that, staff recommends approval and transmittal of comments. It's actually, I should take the S off. It's one comment. From a location perspective, we are here in Garrett Park, well off of any major road. This shows you the vicinity map. Here's Strathmore Avenue that runs through Garrett Park. Yandle Park is located all the way buried within the community. And this shows the property lines outlined in a red dotted line. The property is approximately 0.44 acres, and this was a single-family house that was left to the town. They can talk more about the process, but it was left to the town, and a special type of conservation easement to the town was put over the back of the property, really limiting what could be done with it. And the whole idea was to create a nice space for the community. And here's the concept. This was worked out with the residents of the town. This was their preferred option. So this shows you these 3 sort of circular areas. We have a more active area over here, more of a contemplative area, and with ADA access leading into the property. There is very little ground disturbance, under 5,000 square feet, not triggering any sediment control or any stormwater management. It is not subject to forest conservation law either. So from a materials plan, these 3 circles, we have the wood chips with a nature-based play area, grass where the benches are, and then hardscape providing ADA access into the park. The planting plan includes the retention of the existing vegetation and then planting of a substantial evergreen screen and adding a lot of native plants around this proposed area so that the surrounding residents are shielded from any impacts that this might possibly have. And with that, staff recommends approval and transmittal of comments, and we thank the town of Garrett Park.
Would the town manager love to make a presentation or?
Good morning, everyone. This is Michael Norton, Norton Land Design. We're the landscape architects on this project. To my left, we have the town mayor. I'm sorry, the town manager, and the mayor just left, Barbara Matthews, and we're open to any questions that you have, any further explanation. It's a small public, kind of like a little pocket park within the property, within the town.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's lovely that someone bequeathed this to the town. It's a beautiful, large piece of land, over an acre. Great design. I just had one comment. Would it be worth having a bike rack there, or because it's so small, you know, people won't be going into the back or whatever? It's not. I was thinking, would it be of any benefit to have a bike rack there, or maybe it's because it's just a sitting contemplative area, it's not needed? That's the only comment I had. Thank you.
Sure, we can definitely look into that. We've had think we had 3 community meetings, presentations. We did a survey online of what the community was actually, what they were looking for and how to address the needs of the community, but we can definitely look.
No, it's,
Yeah.
I'm a
If the
biker and
town
I
would
was-
like it,
when
we
I was-
can definitely put a bike rack.
Yeah, but if you don't think
Yeah,
it needs
that's a
one.
great comment.
Because no one's going anywhere else, maybe you don't need it. So
Yeah,
so just,
right.
but beautiful, and thank you to the, the town for doing this. Thank you.
I think it's a beautiful park and a beautiful use of land, and it's exciting that someone would want to continue their legacy for the use of all the families in the community rather than one family. And it's exciting, and I'm hopeful that the park is well utilized by the community and that there are no road closures or travel misdirections so more people can access the park. Thanks.
I just have one question. Is there any good access to the park?
Well, right now, the way the park works is, again, it's basically, it's a closed off, it's not a through road down to it. So it's more of just walkable from the residence down to the park itself, but there's not a form of designated parking or anything like that
But
for this park.
Is it like a path or signage that tells people where the park is, or somehow that people can see, or a clear path that people can walk there? Or, if you put a bike rack, someone bring the bike, or not possible accessible?
So right now, one of the biggest driving factors is the budget for the project and how small the budget is. I believe, and maybe the town manager can speak to this, but I believe that they are also looking at, in future, they're looking at a sidewalk plan, things like that, potentially in this area, but that's not part of the project right now. So it'll be more walkable, just how the community is using the streets right now is how it will be proposed to stay.
This property was a landlocked?
So this property it fronts on a public road. It is a typical Garrett Park residential single-family lot. And at the time of the passing of the property owner, she had an easement placed on the property, conservation. She just wanted this to be used by the town. So our area is actually limited, our park proper, the active space is actually limited to where the footprint of the house is to make it even more complicated. And we're trying to use 2 of the existing driveway aprons that are out there right now as the entry points to the park too. So you can see what we are up against when you're looking at the street view.
So you're going to include some signage and wayfinding?
We are looking at signage out at the entrance to the park itself. I don't know that we are looking at anything necessarily up at the end of the street or anywhere. We'll probably talk about that a little bit later after we get through this. We're going into construction drawings later.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Nothing major. Looks great. Yeah, thanks for moving this forward. Just to second the wayfinding comment, I know that there's not a huge amount of connectivity to be able to reach this park. Could be another reason for some wayfinding, looking a little bit further south and where it meets like Strathmore, for example, like maybe potential an intersection just to sort of alert people that, continue down for another half mile and there's a park there. Just, an idea, but yeah, looks great, and good luck moving forward with it.
Yeah, so great comments, both board members, on wayfinding signs. Thank you. So hearing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve transmittal of comments to the City of Garrett Park?
I move to transmit the comments to the City of Garrett Park.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll just take a 1-minute break and go right into Olney Community Building, mandatory referral number MR 2025-020, the public acquisition and use of property at 17831 Georgia Avenue, Olney, where staff is recommending transmittal transmitting comments to the Department of General Services. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, Olney Community Building, mandatory referral number MR 2025-020, the public acquisition and use of property at 17831 Georgia Avenue in Olney, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the Department of General Services. And this morning we have Patrick Butler from the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Butler.
Yes, thank you. Standing in for a fellow staff member. So with that introduction, you actually covered half the presentation. If you're eager to get to lunch, we can do that. This is very simply an acquisition, a mandatory referral for acquisition of property by DGS. As you know, mandatory referrals, you see them for acquisition, disposition, and for development on properties. Currently, there's no development proposed at this time. They're simply looking to acquire this property at that address. Like I said, I can go through this presentation if you like. It's fairly straightforward. We're recommending approval to transmit comments. It is consistent with a master plan recommendation for community space within the town center. Satisfies that requirement. I can turn it over to Ms. Browning Warner for any questions you have. Otherwise, I can go through the presentation.
For the listeners at home, I think you should quickly go through the presentation.
No, not a problem at all. So as we said, staff's recommending approval of the acquisition of the property at 17831 Georgia Avenue. The property is outlined in red here at the corner of Georgia Avenue and Spartan Road. It's located within the Olney Master Plan area. The zone is CRT 2.0, C 1.0, R 1.0, height 70 with the T designation. There are several single-use properties to the immediate north, south, including the Safeway Grocery, One Life Fitness, and you can see the Olney Elementary School there to the south and west of the property. The site is approximately 15,800 square feet in size. The existing building is approximately 4,500 square feet. And access, you can see here, is provided from both Spartan Road and from Georgia Avenue. Again, the proposal, the DGS is proposing to acquire the former bank property at this location for a community building. And again, there was a master plan recommendation that there be within the town center a space for a community gathering and civic center, and this would satisfy that recommendation. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the mandatory referral and transmittal of the comments that were included in the report. I can help answer any questions you have unless you'd like to hear from DGS.
Um, Certainly. Would you like to make a presentation, Ms. Warner?
Ronnie Warner with Department of General Services. I have nothing additional to add, but I am here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
I'm just curious. The building is very interesting. It said that it was a bank, correct?
That is correct.
So originally, that building architecture was built for a bank?
That's my understanding.
That's very interesting. How old is it?
I don't know the answer to that.
But you are planning to keep it as much as
Correct.
possible and
Correct.
just probably do some changes
So
to it.
we're going to do some renovation on the interior of the building so it's suitable for community use.
So,
And then it'll be rented through CUF.
okay, so you're going to make it a building that they're just going to be like conference rooms or
I'm not sure. That would be handled by a different division at the county. So I don't know all the specifics about the renovation on the interior.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I have a comment. First, I'd like to compliment Mr. Butler's staff. The report was well-written, and the description of the building was outstanding. I was very familiar with the building because I drive past it, going to restaurants in the area, Brew Belly, Salt and Vine, and Cava. And when I was reading the initial description, I knew exactly where it was because your staff member did an outstanding job in describing the building. And I'm happy that the building's not going to be raised and it's going to be repurposed and reused because the building's design and style are a significant landmark in the community. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, to answer the Vice Chair's question, according to SDAT, the building, it was built in 1981.
Great, thank you.
No. Yeah, you're welcome.
Great work, Matt.
That's why I'm here.
That's right. Yeah. Mr. Linden, any questions? Okay, so yeah, thank you for bringing this to us. A great amenity for the county, for the city of Olney. The only question I had was, when does it have, is there, I don't know how many people will visit this building, but does the shopping center have adequate parking for the intended use? Yeah.
So this is separate from the shopping center. The bank property actually has parking on site, and that would be the only parking for this. The county will aim to not have any users of this building park in the shopping center, which is privately owned.
Okay, so the county feels there's enough parking on site for okay, great.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. So no other comments or questions from me. Is there a motion to transmit comments to the Department of General Services for the Olney Community Building proposed public acquisition?
I move to transmit the comments to Department of General Services.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you so much for bringing this to us, and we're going to take lunch break, and do we have? Yeah. Okay, and we'll be back at noon. Is that good? What time? We'll be back at 12:15. We'll be back at 12:15. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item 8A and 8B. 8A is University Boulevard Corridor Plan Work Session number 8, where staff is recommending to discuss, review, and approve the planning board draft for transmittal to county council. And 8B is University Boulevard Overlay Zone, where staff is recommending transmitting the draft overlay zone for introduction. So thank you. And this afternoon, we have Zubin Adrianvala presenting these items. Thank you. The first one, and then Ben Berbert is available as we do the second item. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Zubin Adrianvala. So as we continue our planning process, I'd like to take a brief recap of our previous work sessions. In work session 1, we reviewed public testimony. In sessions 2 and 3, we focused on land use, zoning, and urban design and transportation recommendations, while session 4 revisited some of these points with an emphasis on CRN zoning for residential areas and explored preliminary discussions on the overlay zone. During work session 5, we turned our attention to housing, community facilities, and public schools. Work session 6 highlighted key topics like historic preservation, environmental considerations, parks, and transportation, with a particular focus on the Four Corners area. And then during work session 7, we revisited zoning recommendations, focused on CRN zoning, Four Corners zoning, and the overlay zone. So today in work session 8, we will review the red line edits to the public hearing draft as we progress towards finalizing the planning board draft. So as mentioned earlier, in today's work session, we will finalize revisions to public hearing draft, incorporating feedback from prior work sessions. We will also review the University Boulevard overlay zone and consider staff's recommendation to transmit it for introduction. These steps are key as we move towards completing the planning board draft. Our request to the planning board is twofold today: to approve the revisions to the public hearing draft and direct staff to publish and transmit the revised draft as the planning board draft, and second, to transmit the draft overlay zone for introduction. So these steps, of course, are pivotal to moving closer to the completion of the planning board draft. Staff has presented revisions to the public hearing draft for the planning board's review and consideration and approval in the prior 7 work sessions. And the revisions are comprehensively shown in attachment A of your packet. For clarity and thoroughness, we can review approximately 40-odd slides that we have, but which are largely organized by chapter. But what we have done is the revisions that are not available in attachment A, we have included them at the very onset so that we can have a discussion about content that's relatively new. And of course, if you like, we can go through the other slides which you have previously seen and which are part of the attachment. So with that, this is one of the slides, one of the places where we have a change. The language that's changed here is if the project provides 25% or more moderately priced dwelling units, MPDUs, that receive either an exemption or discount from development impact taxes, the contribution may be reduced proportionately. I think this is more of a clerical edit than what we had in the attachment. So that's one. The other revisions are mostly transportation related, which is why we have Alex Rixey here in case we have more questions about those revisions. But with your permission, I can move on to the next slide. So this is different from attachment A in the presentation. I'm happy to read this if needed, or I can turn to Alex to give us a brief overview of this slide.
Sure. Good afternoon, Alex Rixey, Mid-County Master Plan Transportation Planner for the record. So I have 3 slides, but they all pertain to the same core item, which is pretty simple. It just kind of influences multiple locations of the document. So the revision compared to what's in your packet and the attachment is in letter D. And just by way of background, this is referring to the side path that's in front of Montgomery Blair High School, and the existing condition there is a 10-foot side path and 10-foot street buffer. And that was what we had discussed in previous board meetings. And so the revised recommended revision we have here is a 10-foot side path and 8-foot street buffer. And there's a note to that. The original intent was for that 10-foot side path and 10-foot street buffer to remain, but we wanted to provide some flexibility that if that additional 2 feet were absolutely necessary, the side path could be relocated 2 feet closer to the roadway, still maintaining an 8-foot buffer. So there's that note, so the language is a 10-foot side path and 8-foot street buffer, and there's a note on the next slide along the south side of eastbound University Boulevard in that location I just described. And so the note is, if any redevelopment of Montgomery Blair High School relocates the existing 10-foot side path, the existing 10-foot street buffer may be reduced to 8 feet. Otherwise, the existing 10-foot buffer should remain.
Can I ask you a question here? I'm wondering that if we put like a specific language number, like 10 foot or 9 foot or 8 foot, and it's not feasible to do it, they can ask for a waiver, correct? Because I just don't know that, do we have necessarily to change it? Or I understand that we agreed, but I'm just thinking that if we say 10 foot and they cannot do it and they put 8 foot, or if we say 8 foot and we realize that it may not be possible. So is there any kind of flexibility around these numbers that we put in the master plan? Because we want to be built.
Yes, Carrie Sanders, for the record, yes, there is flexibility when the project either comes for a mandatory referral to the planning board. This will have to be looked at and assessed against the complete streets design guidelines and the code at that time.
Okay.
And at that time, if there are certain circumstances, it could be even related to the development that's proposed there. In this instance, it's a school, so unlikely to have any development other than a school. But to answer your question directly, if the school went through a renovation, if the school went through an expansion, they would go through a mandatory referral. That would come to the board for consideration, and the transportation recommendations here would be the starting point for that project. If there was, a request for something different, that would have to be reviewed by the planning board.
Okay, so at that time, then the planning board can adjust it based on the circumstances. So although that the number is specifically specified in master plan, it still allows some flexibility.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just had a quick question. The reason you're making this change is because you foresee that they may not be able to get this 10-foot wide everywhere. Is that the reason why you made the change?
No, the 10-foot side path and the 10-foot street buffer are existing today, but we were making the technical edits to the right-of-way table that reflect the cross-sections the board discussed at the last work session, and noted that this was somewhat wider than it needed to be according to the Complete Streets Design Guide. And so I think the thinking at the time was that it's unlikely that this side path would be reconstructed for 2 feet, but we wanted to provide the flexibility for that to happen if needed.
Thank you.
And then the third and final place that this shows up is this is in your packet, but the language is slightly different. There's a section describing the cross sections that could be implemented in Four Corners in phase 1 without additional right-of-way. And so this language just revises that language and clarifies that in this location where both phase 1 and phase 2 would have the same condition, that condition could allow for the 8-foot buffer. So it's eastbound University Boulevard East has an existing 10-foot side path and 10-foot plating strip on the south side, which should remain unless any redevelopment of Montgomery Blair High School relocates the existing 10-foot side path to narrow the existing planting strip to 8 feet wide. With the reallocation of lane widths, additional right-of-way should not be required to implement the 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk on the north side of eastbound University Boulevard East. Okay, thank you.
So the other revisions here are revisions that
If I can add a comment, I love the idea of putting the bike lanes and the walking lanes, and I'm hopeful that these things can be implemented quickly because safety and the pedestrian comfort level and the bicyclist comfort level and safety are important, and I think University Boulevard is a perfect place to have those. So I support these edits and recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you. So again, as I mentioned, the other recommendations that you see here are part of attachment A. I'm happy to go through these. I think this is unprecedented in the number of revisions that we have. Also based on how much feedback we have received, not just from the board but from the community, and that's reflected in our efforts here and the previous work sessions. So if I'm looking at guidance from you, if you want to review each and every step, we can, but otherwise I can just go through these slides quickly as here are revisions for Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, so on and so forth. And then if any particular slide piques the interest of the board and you would like to stop and revisit some of these topics that we have discussed in the previous work sessions, we are happy to do that. So what you see on your screens right now are...
Did you have a comment?
No, I think your proposed method is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. So these are Chapter 1 revisions. Most of these, of course, you have seen before. In some cases, we have made changes as Chapter 1 sets up kind of introduction to what follows in other chapters. For the Campbell Shopping Center, we have again added, as you may recall, specific language highlighting the cultural importance of the Campbell Shopping Center to the community. And along with that language, we have ensured that we add specific actionable steps for any future growth or development that may come to that particular shopping center. Again, along similar lines with this, we have also added specific language that ensures that a development should proceed while maintaining access to the shopping center. And we heard that from the community. Again, the community has informed this plan in many meaningful ways, which we hope is reflected in these changes.
So you can just flip, and then if someone has a comment based on them going, I appreciate you putting the background story to this, but I'm okay with you just flipping, and then if we have a question based on our reading through before, we'll chime in. Okay?
Absolutely, thank you.
Go slow.
Okay.
I'm a slow reader.
You're good. Yes, so we want to go, no.
I just, this just reminded me of one thing I wanted to mention before I forget. I did notice one other instance of a NOAA reference on page 144, which is a different, it's outside of the housing section. I just wanted to flag that in case we also wanted to change the description there.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we'll make sure to remove references to NOAA with market rate. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
So in between the previous one and this one, so in the previous one, we sort of defining the market rate affordable, meaning they are affordable households earning below 80% of area median income, and then turn to the next one, and then you say market rate is defined as that are low and middle homes while meeting federally standards without relying on public subsidies. So I'm trying to tie in that while meeting federal affordability, is that the 80% AMI standard, or what is while meeting federally affordable standards without relying on public subsidies?
Yes, that is the 80% AMI standard typically.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we looked at this particular definition. We looked for a market rate affordable housing definition kind of far and wide. Ironically, the first one we found was market rate affordable housing is naturally occurring affordable housing. So that was tautological, and so we decided against that. But the definition that we have in Thrive for naturally affordable, occurring affordable housing does not include the language about federal affordability standards. So we thought, to sort of make a meaningful distinction,
right.
we
So,
added
yeah.
that note there. But yeah, that is 80%.
But you're
of AMI.
tying directly, I just want to just make this, the federal affordability standard, i.e. the 80% AMI.
Okay.
That's the federal affordable standard.
Right.
Just,
I think we can add that parenthetical note to this definition at the board's guidance saying.
I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
I think that's what you mean, correct? Okay.
Yes, that's accurate. So we can add that note in parentheses.
If
or-
you think it's
yeah.
necessary, I'm just trying to make sure people,
Yes, we can add that.
okay.
One small comment on this one. I know we had a conversation about this. I remember we had a conversation about kind of the, do and less provisions here. I think and for the no right turn on red, although I still personally disagree that there is a compelling kind of potential for safety concern with removing or instituting that. I feel more strongly about that for the leading pedestrian intervals. I really can't imagine a scenario where we would evaluate LPIs as being significantly impair public safety, as the language here describes. So I don't know how others feel about that. I also know maybe it doesn't really make a huge difference because we're saying this is the recommendation unless there's a judgment sort of after the fact or after the recommendations or starting to be implemented. So I think it's unlikely MCDOT would make that finding, but I still think it's sort of I still just don't see a connection. I still can't imagine a world in which that finding would be made for an LPI. So I would take it out. I don't know how others feel about it, or if it's not, if it doesn't rise to that level of, importance at this stage to change things.
Yeah, I would keep, I think this was sort of a negotiated piece, and I agree, we probably would not rise to that level, but I don't know what staff thinks, but I would prefer keeping it in, but it's up to staff.
Carrie Sanders for the record. If I recall in the discussions, we were actually pulling up the legislation related to this issue. And so I think we kind of looked at that legislation, and some of the language was thought up as a result of looking at that legislation. So I think the way this was crafted is okay. I think it gives the Director of Transportation the ability to make design changes in consultation with the community to get an outcome that's as safe as possible. But I defer to the board, but I think the way that this is structured, it provides the flexibility, but also the safety that you're looking for.
I'm fine with the way, because it does have the flexibility to provide what you're talking about, I believe.
Jessica McVeary for the record, just to jump in on this one, we did want to note for the planning board and those that might be listening that the draft plan will also be updated to revise the figure numbers, the maps, the tables to correspond to all of the revisions that we have discussed in the work sessions and are shown here. And we'll also be doing another round of sort of copy editing to make sure that we catch all kind of non-substantive edits for clarity, consistency, and readability.
Okay, I just had I don't know if maybe I missed it here or maybe it's in one of the drafts. So we did agree that on the CRN zone for properties that were 15,000 square foot, less than 15,000 square foot, we use the duplex standard. And then if they're greater than 15,000 square foot, you follow the underlying standard of the CRN zone for the applicable building type. Just remind me, so just say if the building type was a triplex, or is there currently a standard for a building standard for a triplex, or is there currently a building standard for quadruplex?
So the CRN standards, and Luis, please jump in if you, but the standards are for single unit detached duplex, townhouse, small apartment building, general building. And so a triplex or a quadplex would fit into that the apartment building standard for purposes of development review and what development standards to use.
So, yeah, so they would fall under apartment building?
Yeah, Luis Estrella for the record, Mid-County Division. That's correct. We have the CR, the commercial residential neighborhood zone has standards that are specific for detached houses and for duplexes. And once you go above those two building types, all the other building types that we have been discussing as part of our conversations with you, triplexes, quadplexes, or any multifamily building will fall under the apartment building category.
Okay, yeah, thank you for reminding me, just wanted to.
Does that also mean, and this is a little bit of a different conversation, I don't want to get us off track too much, but does that mean that triplexes and quads, I think we might have had this conversation during attainable housing too, but do they fall under a different building code? Are they in the commercial building code at that point? I know it's maybe not a direct relationship to how we characterize, but.
Yes, there will be. I mean, because the construction is different, you're talking about multi-unit type of construction, so they would be considered commercial buildings.
And that is that's county building code, or do we follow the state of Maryland on that? Do we know? I can't recall.
I'm pretty sure it's both.
It's both?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely county.
Definitely county, okay.
So if it is a triplex, it's because like if we have garden apartments, are the garden apartments commercial? They are not. I think it has to do up to 3-story. If it goes to 4-story, then it's commercial. So I don't know if a triplex is up to 3-story, it may not be commercial, or else it's going to make it very expensive to build.
Commissioner, we'd have to follow up on that.
Yeah, because if a triplex or quad goes under commercial, suddenly the code requirement for commercial building go skyrocket. And it's make it not feasible to build and be affordable. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the intent behind my question a little bit. I know it's well outside the scope of this corridor plan, but it has, as we continue to talk about diversity of housing types, feasibility, because we talked about a little bit in the context of this plan, like which actual types and which parcels do we think are developable, or can the market support now or in the future? I think building codes and differences in standards with those codes, they certainly play a role, and it'd be interesting to see if we have opportunities to engage a little bit more on that in some way, or with obviously in partnership with the county, because we don't want to. Right now, it's an unlevel playing field for certain types that we probably need more of, types that are more attainable, types that could certainly kind of fill in parts of this plan. But as long as the building codes are uneven, some requirements much more expensive, and require levels of engineering well beyond a single-family home, seems like it's worth exploring more.
Yeah, ICC, the International Code, Building Code, anything above, including 4-story, I think, goes under the commercial. So if you have a townhouse that is 4-story, I guess it goes under commercial. That's what I remember when I was at DPS. And if it is up to 3-story, regardless of how many attached to it, like townhouses, that you could have 6 or as many in a row, if there are 3 stories, they're residential, under the residential code. But if it goes to the 4, then it goes under the commercial. That's what I remember, but you can confirm.
So we'll note it for future discussions, but we had some questions, and it's all very helpful.
So our friends over at DPS just responded, triplex are reviewed under the commercial building permit. And it says up to 2 is residential. 2 stories.
Up to 2 stories?
That's what the message from DPS is.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Yeah, very much want to continue
Thank
this
you.
conversation, considering how limiting that seems. But I know we've been operating under that context for a long time.
And we've engaged with DPS to ask them, and they've definitely agreed to do something in the fall to give us briefings on various aspects of what they do, whether it's stormwater, building code. And so we're looking at some opportunities to engage with the board on that.
Great, great. Thank you so much. That was intermission. Now we can get back.
So yeah, before the next one, I guess our recommendation is to approve revisions to the to the public hearing draft and direct staff to publish and transmit. We'll of course add the notes that were mentioned today to this new revision, but with your permission, we would like to transmit the revised draft to the county council and county executive.
Great, great. Before we take a quick vote on that, I just want to ask one last question. So, I'm not sure, it may be on page 58 or 57 of the red line. We still show the schools as, I think a school, I don't know which one was, it was R60. I'm just out of curiosity. I think it was, I don't know if it was Blair or, well, I don't know what this, yeah, is, going forward, is there a, like when we do the next quarter, I mean, are we going to, is our intention always just keep the schools, whatever their zone, there's, whatever underlying zone, we just keep them as they go as we go forward, or would there ever be an opportunity? It doesn't matter now, but I'm just saying, but I should have noticed it before. I was just curious that the school was still zone R60, but I guess our goals is just, it's a school, we keep wherever the zone area, we just keep it there, right?
Thank you for that question. I think that, the approach for this plan was to acknowledge that these would remain schools, which are permitted in the R60 zone. We do, though, have language encouraging co-location of other facilities with the schools to really further that idea of a complete community. I think that there is always opportunity to further explore that with future plans, and I think just for this plan, we were acknowledging that they would remain schools.
No, I don't want to, no changes, but just out of curiosity, that's all. Thank you.
If it was page 60, I think that is North Four Corners Local Park, so.
Was that a park? Was it?
I think so, the one right next to the school, yeah.
Oh, it was the
So
park.
we've just
Okay.
maintained the, yeah.
Okay, great.
So.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry. No, there was we did have a public hearing. Did you put in comments? Did you submit written comments, sir? Yeah. No, yeah. Well, we have, we are, I have our attorney here, but we allowed comments to before when staff sent out the report, we had a time until, what, yesterday, or to provide written comments, or? Yeah. So no. But if the goal, I mean, the rules are you provide written comments up until the deadline, all right? And then this was never, was it set for public comments on, I mean, written, okay, right. So in the future, sir, please provide, we always are open to written comments, and then there are certain times that we have public comments. You can come and testify, but this wasn't one of those. But we do.
If I may, the action before the planning board today is to approve the revisions to the public hearing draft. The public hearing draft plan was posted in January, and then the planning board held their public hearing in February, and opportunity to comment remained open through March. And over the last 7 work sessions since that time, the planning board has been making revisions to the draft plan in response to the feedback that they received both orally at the public hearing and then written testimony. What happens today, if the board is so inclined, is that they would approve the planning board draft, which would then be transmitted to the county council and the county executive. The county council would then hold another public hearing where you would be encouraged to provide your testimony and your feedback to the county council for their consideration of the plan. And we're currently anticipating that that would happen early in the fall.
Mr. Chair, it really becomes problematic when we're having a back and forth with people in the audience.
Yep, yeah, so there were plenty of times to engage in this process through the previous 7 work sessions, and you will have a chance, once this is submitted to the county council, to provide the public testimony, and then then it goes to the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee, where you will have a chance, they have work sessions, you will have a chance to provide comments, and then you go to the county council after they make their recommendations. The PHP committee will go to the county council, and you have a chance also to provide comments, okay? So we really make lots of opportunities to have engagement from the public, okay, and others. Thank you. So there's a motion to approve the revisions to the public hearing draft plan and direct staff to publish and transmit the revised draft as the planning board draft to the county council and county exec. The revisions plus what was discussed today.
Before we make, I'll make the motion in a sec, but before we do that, I just wanted to thank staff for all the hard work on these work sessions and all the community engagement over the last 2 years. It was quite extensive, and I think that the work sessions and the final product really do reflect so much of the positive feedback that we received from different parts of the community, while still maintaining while still sort of having that North Star direction of, what are we looking for in terms of goals and aspirations and visions for the area? And I think that this plan really does kind of square that circle quite well. And it's often an impossible task to try to do that. But I've just been so impressed by the team and all the technical expertise. So just thank you all. I also just wanted to note that I feel quite confident that the changes that we made, particularly with regard to the Kent Mill Shopping Center, serve to protect those interests in a way that the community had communicated. And we've talked about that in previous work sessions, and I'm sure there'll be more conversation around that. But I think that the recommendations in this plan provide far more protection and a vision in terms of community-oriented, community serving retail and culturally kind of relevant retail opportunities than the current plan environment kind of does today. And so I think that this is a step forward in that direction. I just wanted to note that before we send this on to council.
So why don't we go ahead and we'll have plenty of time to thank staff and give staff.
Can I just say, I concur with Josh.
Yeah.
I concur with him because we discussed it, and I agree with everything he said. Thanks.
Yeah. And I want to hear more of your comments too. So, but thank you, Commissioner Linden. And so is there a second or?
I second. Oh, he didn't move.
I'll formally move to adopt this as the planning board, or to submit the draft to county council.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, 4-0. And can we go to the next one, please?
Thank you. So I think we have Ben
We're going
Berber.
to go to the overlay zone. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Ben Berbert is online to.
Welcome,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you
Berbert.
for that.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Ben Berbert, Countywide Planning and Policy Team. And today we're also going to be asking for your permission to transmit the University Boulevard Overlay Zone for its introduction. We're going to give a very quick summary of what's included in the overlay zone. We've basically talked about this twice. We've made a couple of very minor revisions based on that feedback. So we're just going to walk through one final time of what's included in here before we can hopefully get a second positive vote today. Next slide, please. So the overlay zone, it's divided into 3 primary sections. a purpose section, a land uses section, and a development standards section. Next slide. The purpose statement that we've revised slightly would read that it is to increase the diversity and supply of housing in a compact, transit-oriented form of growth that supports bus rapid transit on University Boulevard and Colesville Road, creates complete communities, and improves public safety for all travelers. Of note, the main change here from the previous versions you've seen is we took away the reference to community character. Next slide. In the land use section of the code, the whole main purpose of this overlay zone is a couple of fold. One, really trying to protect the existing uses that you're allowed to do in the R60 and R90 zones by allowing certain sort of non-residential uses to exist in the CRN zoned areas, even though we are otherwise not allowing commercial in the CRN zones. The other major sort of forward-thinking changes, we want to permit accessory dwelling units. Currently in the CRN zone, you cannot have accessory dwelling units, but you can in the R60 and R90 zones. We want to be able to continue that for property owners. Next slide, please. The kind of other side of that is there are some uses that we are recommending to prohibit within the overlay zone. These are sort of particularly auto-centric uses. Again, we've discussed this at a previous work session. We are still recommending to not allow any new light vehicle sales or rental, car wash, filling stations, vehicle repair shops, major or minor, drive-through facilities, medical, scientific, manufacturing and production, self-storage or storage facility. Again, just to be clear, if there are existing uses out there, there are existing drive-throughs, there are existing vehicle repair stations, there are existing fueling stations out there now. They'll be able to remain through the non-conforming use standards. They'd be able to be renovated and continue in operation. The only thing they're not allowed to do is expand. And as also of note from the discussion with the planning board here, we originally were prohibiting all manufacturing. This list actually would allow the artisan manufacturing to occur should it want to happen here. So that's one change that we did make with the board guidance. Next slide, please.
Can I just make a comment here? It's just a comment, not a question. I do remember that Commissioner Hedrick asked in the land use to take the community character out. And the reason for that was that he specifically mentioned that that community character is part of the law and policy that we have. And it was just a repetition to put it in here. So I just wanted to make sure for whoever is listening is that we are not ignoring that. It's part of the rule, part of the policy, and it was just something that was being repeated that we were asked to remove it there. So, and that's the reason is that I don't want nobody get worried about that we didn't do it. The other thing is that, I know I asked before, and you said the existing stations is staying there. I have a little bit heartburn about a gas station. If someone wants to have a gas station, the only place they put it is at the corridor. And if we don't allow that, that means that a gas station is not going to go in the side street on the block to have a gas station. They're going to just be at the growth corridors that we have. I do not know if this is something that we want to continue. I understand this growth corridor right now is just like about 2 or 3 miles. So that means that at one point it could be that in this stretch we don't have any gas station. And I do not know what are the other one that is closed, but cars need gas station. So I really don't, I know that you don't want to have it auto-centric, but that's a necessity that cars need food like us that we have to eat. So
I will just say that I'm sorry to interrupt just for a sec. I think today, and I don't think this is a subjective statement, I think today the county is pretty well saturated with gas stations in general, particularly along our major corridors. And so the way that this is described and hopefully will be implemented is that existing uses can remain as I think Ben described. So we're not taking anything away. It's just sort of stating a preference for new
But
development.
I'm not just talking about that. It's the policies from now to future that the growth policy, growth corridors. We don't want to have gas station. No, I don't know how saturated it is. I'm just saying it's going to get to a point that you have to look for one. That's what I meant. I'm not talking about just specific now. I don't know. Nobody has done any research to tell us how many gas stations are close by.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the other part of this is, master plans look forward into the future, 20, 25 years, and, these don't exist in isolation. So in 20, 25 years, hopefully we'll continue to electrify more and more vehicles on the road, which isn't to say this transition doesn't happen overnight, but I think that, for a forward-looking, future-looking planning document that will guide decisions over that time horizon, I think it's okay to describe a preference that's in line with other county policies, with state policies, and with the sort of vehicle transition that we know needs to happen.
I understand, but that's not a preference. That's a prohibition. And let the market does their job. If we're going to be all with electrical cars, let the market decide, not us in here make it prohibited.
Well, these are policy choices that we get to weigh in on.
Yeah, so your comment is duly noted, and I think for a separate discussion, where do gas stations go, or something like but in this community, I feel this community is currently served, and I think the goal of this community for a walkable, complete community compact growth for this plan, I would agree with prohibiting these land uses, but I do feel that it may take some time to transition to a place where we do have all electric cars or something like that, or all electric and natural gas cars, whatever they're going to be. And that is a good point, like the separate discussion, where do those go, right? But I support these recommendations in this plan. Okay.
Carrie Sanders for the record. So I'm hearing that you would like us to continue with this recommendation. Okay, thank you.
To vote at yeah. Okay.
Ben can continue with his remaining presentation, but yeah, just to understand the board's view, and I think to speak to the issue with the gas stations, there are approximately 8 gas stations that are there today, kind of near this corridor, 5 of which are in Wheaton, 3 of which are in the Four Corners. So this change would not take those uses away. Those uses could remain. But we understand the point, and I think part of what we're doing is this overall goal of more residential along the corridor, and that's been the focus of more housing. But we hear your thoughts, and I think as we look at corridors, we'll continue to sort of bring this issue for the discussion with each corridor plan that we do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next slide. So in the development standards section, this is broken into 2 sections, one for sites that are less than 15,000 square feet. And just to make sure we're all thinking of the same terminology, a site could be one or an accumulation of properties. So think of site as just one development application that came in at one time. If it's less than 15,000 square feet, the overlay zone would require that the duplex building type standards be applied regardless of the building type applied for. So that's regardless of whether it's a duplex, a small apartment, or a townhouse. If we are using today's building terminology, lot coverage would be limited to 35%, which again, as we've discussed multiple times, is sort of the practical maximum that can fit on these properties anyway. We would be requiring that at least one entrance per building fronts on a street or open space. So again, if you have a triplex, for example, at least one of those entrances would be on the roadway it's fronting. The other 2 could be placed to the side or rear. And on these smaller sites, the minimum common open space requirements would not apply. Next slide, please. On sites that are 15,000 square feet or larger, the development standards that are in the CRN zone for any applicable building type would apply. The only change that we are recommending to that, again, is to have the build to area setback made a maximum of 10 feet. Again, the build to area setback is how far back at least 70% of the building has to be brought forward to. So think of it as a maximum front setback. For some of the building types, such as the apartment building type, there's actually up to a 30-foot allowed build to area front setback, which we just felt was way too far. So that would in theory allow a triplex to be 30 feet off of the property edge. And also just again, to remind the board, when we're talking about the property edge, we're talking about that master planned edge, which is on the sort of building side of the sidewalk. Eventually we are going to be looking at 8 to 10 foot wide sidewalks or shared paths, and also these green buffers. And so the actual building facade will not actually be that close to University Boulevard going forward. So this really is, we think, critical to help establishing that building edge. Next slide, please.
Ben, and before you change this, I had a hard time to understand that 10 feet. What is that 10 feet measures? Because maximum build to area setback, I know that you have shown that it's the right-of-way line, is the red line on the bottom, and then you have the blue line. Where is that blue line? I do not know, because the building is within that, you see the front of the building is inside the blue line.
Yes, so what the red line would be is the property line, and that would represent the lower red line.
The lower red line.
Yes, so that's the property line. That would be the equivalent of a 0-foot setback. The dashed blue line that's on the screen, 10 feet back, is what we're establishing as the build-to area. What the build-to area requires is that 70% of that front facade of your building has to be forward of the build-to area. And so the building has to be at least as close to the road as that 10-foot blue dashed line. It can be closer. What it cannot be is further back from it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So that sort of says that they have to be close to the right-of-way line of the street.
Correct. It's requiring that they can be no further setback than 10 feet from the street.
Okay. Frankly, I didn't get it. I was keep trying to massage my brain, what that means, and looking at these pictures. And okay, thank you.
So Mr. Berbert, is there, I mean, I guess this is a long-standing rule about this build to area line versus just setback from the front of the building. I mean, how did that evolve? Like instead of just saying you need to be 10 foot from the right-of-way line, or you can't be any further than, what instituted this build? 70% of the building had to be within that zone. Do you know the sort of the reasoning about all of that versus just a firm number from a firm piece, frontage of the building? Yeah.
I will say people much smarter than me 14 years ago when they created the CR zone made this a thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Because when you look at the CR zone, it's a thing. Each building type has a build to area requirement, and some of them it's as small as 10 feet. For some of them, it's as large as up to 30 feet. And I can't tell you why they didn't call it a maximum setback, because that's effectively what it is.
Yeah.
But they called it the build to area, and I think it was trying to put a more positive spin that you will build your building to the area.
Okay.
And so I'm just using existing terminology here rather than having one section not quite speak to the language used in another.
Okay, thank you.
I do understand that this is trying to activate the street. That's why you bring it in. But, I have noticed in my neighborhood, not very close to my house, but close to city of Gaithersburg, right across Kentland, they have built a lot of these, they're like 70-foot buildings that shorter multifamily building, they're very close to the road, exactly like that. You never see any person there because When there are more setback, children come out in front, people come and they see neighbors and they talk to neighbors. But I do not know if this things happens in the back. Maybe they're socializing in the back, but that's where the parking and car is. Usually they like to have the kids to be. So when we say we want to be close to the street to activate it, we don't see people. What do we mean by activation? I thought activating that we see people are having activities, kids are playing, and people are making barbecue or playing or talking to each other. I never see that. It's just the front of the houses that is closed, and they just they just do all the activity in the back where the cars are parked,
For the record, Jessica McVeary, one of the goals with bringing the buildings closer to the street is to create a sense of enclosure on our streets. And creating that sense of enclosure, if you think of when you enter downtown Silver Spring on Georgia Avenue, for example, you slow down as you move through the central business district. And that's because the buildings on either side of you are closer together, and you feel a sense of, I should slow down and sort of be responsive to my surroundings. Whereas when we have buildings that are set back further from the street, in this case, the 30-foot setback, that encourages you to speed up because you don't feel like you have anything surrounding you that's containing you. And so, in addition to activation, we are trying to think about how we can create spaces for people to walk, bike, and roll, to access transit along the corridor. We're also trying to think about how we can encourage people to slow down in response to their surroundings.
Yeah, I totally get that. But, I think that is achieved, but then the socialization aspect of it, that neighbors meet neighbors and do the socializations and gatherings, I think that sort of doesn't happen as much as it was right in front of the buildings. That's what I have noticed, but you're the expert, I'm not.
I think in terms of your point about kind of like street activation, I think buildings close to the street can contribute to that, but I think what also contributes to it perhaps more so is sort of a mix of uses in a particular area that encourages people during multiple times of the day to be coming and going and be engaging with what is the built environment around them on the street, not just sort of coming into a home, leaving a home, but otherwise not, And we talked about this. I still have, I think, some concerns about putting buildings so close to the street before the rest of the street infrastructure is there to provide important buffers in terms of, for air quality, for sound, and for other things. I don't want to slow up this process because of that, but I just want to mention that again because, particularly in between the CRT areas. So if we're looking CRN areas specifically, where we're exclusively focusing on residential in those, so we're talking about bringing residential buildings closer to the street without as much actual potential for real street activation for that reason, because there aren't those mixes of uses, and to me at least, I think it loses some of its compelling arguments. I hear the argument in favor of like slowing down cars, and I think that's legitimate, but that is a longer-term vision that requires so many properties to redevelop in a way to bring them closer to the curb, where there's a consistent feeling of enclosure over time that eventually may, produce a feeling like, even like we see here, kind of going down Georgia Ave a little bit more in Wheaton. But in the meantime, it's like, we're still sort of increasing quite dramatically people's exposure. And I still have a difficult time, I think, squaring that. And again, I don't want to recommend that we change this at this stage, but as we go through more and more corridor plans, it's something I hope we can continue to think more about. I think that there's, and I don't have nearly all, I hardly have any ideas related to this about how to sort of make it better. I would very much defer to your urban design folks and other people who have more expertise, but I do think there are opportunities for a better path forward. And I'm interested in exploring those more for future plans.
And I support that, because that's exactly how I feel, that you bring all of these, like these houses in this picture that we have, so close to the right-of-way, And if it is specifically, because I was talking just residential, not mixed, you just see the front of the houses and nothing else. And people don't come because it's noisy and it's not convenient, and people don't feel safe to come out there. So I just don't know. It doesn't feel right.
So I hear what both of you are saying. It's like a little bit growing pains, but we will, as you said, we will focus on this more, and as we do other future quarter plans and all good thoughts, like we said, I think this is a great start, and we will be focusing on these as how do you implement this? How did the stages of implementation as we move forward? So,
Thank you for the comments. Definitely we'll consider all these comments as we continue the corridor planning. And I think one thing that we could improve upon when we go through the council process is to show the tree panel in these images so folks understand we are recommending where there is essentially a sidewalk and a curb against lanes and lanes of traffic today. We'll be changing that with this configuration to have a 10-foot tree panel, a 10-foot shared use path, and then the house. And so it will be a great improvement upon kind of the existing condition, but I think we could do a little bit better job of describing that moving forward. So we can definitely do that. And then to your point about sort of the larger question of the zone and sort of the setbacks and all those things, we can definitely look at that as well. I think with these plans, it's always a balance between providing the depth of the lot for the housing. So that's we're trying to balance that situation with sort of the other elements that are there. So, but we understand your feedback, and we'll definitely continue to evaluate this.
I totally get it. Can I make another comment? I'm sorry, but this is important. You talk about the tree panel. I have been biking about 30 miles just this couple of days. Something that I was thinking while I was on the bike that we talk about, when we put these tree panels right next to the bike path, and then we plant trees, okay? In about 10 or 15 years, all the pavements of the bike path and sidewalk, they are blown out of the way because the tree roots goes right under the bike path and the sidewalk and make it inaccessible, both for people and for bikers. And it's very costly. We just had to do that in my community that we had trails, and they had to come back and cut all these major, cut the top root of the trees. And unfortunately, every 10 or 5 years, they come back up again. And it's something that I do not know, maybe we should talk to an arborist. Now that we are putting all of these tree buffers and side path and bike path, is there a way with a tree that the roots go down, that it doesn't destroy the bike path, or else it's going to be a huge future maintenance for the sidewalk and bike paths, especially that it makes it totally accessible. Sometimes they go up to 3-4 inches.
Something we will talk through during implementation, and so great comments. Mr. Berber.
Yeah, I wanted, I guess, since implementation is one thing, this is the overlay zone, and we're going to introduce this. I have one maybe mild compromise I could offer. There are other instances in the code where you'll have a standard like this, and then it'll be quickly followed by the planning board at site plan may waive this. And so there might be an opportunity, if you're comfortable with us sort of mirroring that from other sections of code and putting in here. I also apologize, I've not had a chance to run this by the rest of the team since this is happening on the fly, but it would not be inconsistent with code to allow the planning board at site plan to change this build to area if it found sufficient reason to at the applicant's request.
Yeah. That sounds great to me. Is it? And if you still felt it meets the spirit of, I don't know, when you see the site plan, I mean, are you guys open to that?
Yeah, I think I'm open to it, and I very much take the point that, we still have to fit everything inside the box, so to speak, as the chair often says, and it's hard. That's hard to do, and the more we increase the setback, we talk about this with attainable housing too. It's like that is a real constraint. Thinking it through for the first time, I think I'm comfortable with that suggestion, Ben, because I think it allows it states the preference from a policy standpoint. It provides some flexibility with implementation, knowing that there will be growing pains, and I don't know if we want to sort of add on to that a maximum sort of level of flexibility to avoid folks from just sort of consistently requesting like very large or much higher build tos, which then sort of leads to, well, then we can't really get anything more than like a duplex on this site. I don't know if that's practical, but in general, I think the spirit of that I think is okay.
I'm good with it.
We could maybe explore the idea that they could request a waiver of the 10 feet up to the maximum build to area allowed by the underlying zone, because there are standards per building type that exist today already, and that would put a maximum amount that they could do. So that might be we could look into doing it that way possibly.
What would that maximum be in, like, if this current plan was up there?
Please hold for a moment while I look into that. So the build to area maximums for the townhouse building type is 15 feet. And for the apartment building type, it's 30 feet. There actually are no maximums set for duplex building types.
Okay. Well, I think 30 feet is too much. So when maybe we just have it the former, where there's some flexibility at site plan, and we have to, whatever all fits in, and whatever the staff could bring it, could make best judgments and bring it to the board at that time. I mean, versus having the maximums. But what does staff believe?
I was just going to, Carrie Sanders to the record, mention that even if we don't add the language that Mr. Burbert is suggesting, you will have the opportunity at a site plan to exercise your discretion and, provide alternatives. So you'll be able to achieve what he's describing, even if we do not have the language in here.
That he's describing. Okay,
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so then less language is better than more language in this case, I think. Yeah. So let's keep it as it is. But Mr. Berber, thank you for your suggestion, and we'll just keep it as it is and keep moving. Okay.
Okay. Next slide. In the sort of final main development standard that would apply to all buildings, regardless of the size of site they're on, is just to make sure that the parking is located at least behind the front building line. So that would either be inside or under the building or alongside of or behind the building. Next slide. So with that, staff is recommending that the planning board vote to transmit the draft of the University Boulevard overlay zone to the district council, along with the planning board draft of the plan that you've already voted on today.
Thank you, Mr. Berber. I'm very, very excited about this overlay zone. It accomplishes what we feel we need to make this project, the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, move forward, be implemented. So I highly endorse the plan. So we want comments from our other board members.
No, I'd move that we accept the recommendations of the staff and transmit the recommendations to the county council.
Any questions, comments, discussion?
I just want to thank the team. I know that they had worked very hard to incorporate the comments from the community, especially thank you to you guys working about issues that we had with the Camp Mill Shopping Center. I know that still there are some questions there, but it's as always, it never ends. So I thank you for all the work and thank you for bearing with all my questions and incorporating it. I really appreciate it. I think the community appreciates it. You have done a fantastic job. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it 4-0. And yeah, this has been amazing. This was our first quarter plan that we went through since Thrive. It was anticipated. You guys did a great job. And it was the first plan. It took a lot of community engagement. I feel you went beyond our expectations in terms of community engagement. And then when I got a lot of feedback from the community, you went and did more community engagement. So thank you so much. I'm so excited about this. As I said before, we anticipated this is what we wanted our growth to be, and we talked about in Thrive, where we wanted more housing for all, complete communities, equity, and then we wanted economic competitiveness, and then environmental resilience. We looked through all of those when we did this plan. You looked through all of those, and so a lot of hard work. So thank you so much, and we look forward to submitting this to the county council and that they move forward with this. And then it also gave us some things to look at when we do our next quarter plans on Georgia Avenue. So this is also a learning experience, and you guys did phenomenally well. So thank you so much. And I don't know if there are any other questions or comments from the planning board. Hearing none, I just say applaud you, and this ends our planning board meeting for today, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. We'll be back in 2 weeks. So thank you so much.